Chapter 1378. In the Divine Realm, Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes again after arranging the internal affairs of the 10 Heavenly Caves Divine Ring. You broke through the king's domain? Yen Ruyu finally had a chance to speak when he saw Zhou Tong open his eyes and the aura around his body gradually calming down. Zhou Tong nodded and said, "Yes, I did break through the king's domain." Then, Yen Ruyu was about to continue asking when Zhou Tong waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about it later. Let's bring some people over first and then bring all the guests in." As he spoke, Zhou Tong waved his hand and the void trembled slightly. His other 2 children and some of his bloodline descendants, who were quite talented, were all brought over. At the same time, a brilliant golden path spread out directly from the World Tree. Outside the Divine Realm, the group of cultivators who were still talking to each other stopped talking because the boundary wall of the Divine Realm in front of them gradually began to glow. A golden door suddenly opened and a voice came from it, "Everyone, please come in." Accompanied by the golden path, all the cultivators who had reached the Quasi-Emperor realm stepped on the path and were led to the Divine Realm and under the World Tree. Is that the World Tree of our world? What a rich longevity substance and the traces of the great Tao. It's so mysterious and shocking. It was the first time for many cultivators to see the World Tree, and they were very shocked. The World Tree and the Divine Realm had always been hidden in another layer of space. Other than cultivators who had become immortals and proved their Tao, very few other cultivators could see the World Tree. At this moment, seeing the terrifying transformation of the great Tao on the World Tree for the first time, many people could not help but be stunned. In particular, the substance emitted by the World Tree was like a rain of light. Any touch of it made their bodies tremble, and 7 or 8 marks of time on the wheel C were shaved off in an instant. "Zhou Tong, you." Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong with a trace of shock in his eyes. "Let's not talk about other things for now. Today I've broken through to the King Realm, so I'll preach the Tao here for 49 days. Zhou Tong didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and a prayer mat appeared beneath the feet of all the cultivators. This allowed Yi Fan and the others to temporarily put aside their doubts and sat down quietly. Then Zhou Tong spoke. The moment he spoke, Yi Fan, Wu Shi, and the Lotus Supreme Emperor's expressions changed slightly. This was because they had already realized that Zhou Tong's so-called lecture this time wasn't about the normal Tao. Instead, he was explaining a brand new cultivation system, an unprecedented cultivation system. Boom! The shocking system immediately attracted the most terrifying law creation tribulation. However, all the calamities and tribulations became stable the moment they approached Zhou Tong. Regardless of whether it was the violent lightning or the blazing flames, they were all like flowing water, quietly flowing around Zhou Tong. This scene shocked everyone present. This kind of performance was too powerful. A law creation tribulation, and the most powerful one at that. He quietly refined the tribulation like it was water. This kind of realm is unfathomable. Emperor Wu Shi sighed. He knew that he could easily withstand this kind of tribulation, but he definitely couldn't do it as easily as Zhou Tong. Even he couldn't tell what method Zhou Tong used to refine the calamities and tribulations. He actually refined the law creation tribulation without making a sound? Yi Fan, the Lotus Supreme Emperor, and the others were also very shocked. Unlike Emperor Wu Shi, they had truly experienced the Dharma creation tribulation. They knew how powerful this tribulation was. However, at this moment, this kind of tribulation was being refined without making a sound. Boom! The Dharma creation tribulation shook the world, causing the sky to tremble, the void to boil, and even the flow of time to rise and fall. But Zhou Tong was completely fearless. He continued to quietly explain the new cultivation system to everyone. Buzz! Suddenly, the water, refined by the law creation tribulation, soared into the sky and turned into a dazzling rain of light that scattered across the void. The endless rain of light shook the entire void along with Zhou Tong's voice. That kind of aura was too grand and shocking. Many cultivators couldn't help but change from sitting cross-legged to kneeling, worshipping Zhou Tong with incomparable devotion. He even gave away the good fortune of the law creation tribulation? The Lotus Supreme Emperor and the others were extremely shocked. This kind of good fortune was extremely rare. If he gave it all to a limited number of people, it would allow them to cultivate to the immortal king level without any hindrance. However, he gave it away just like that? Everyone couldn't help but sigh at Zhou Tong's boldness. The lecture continued. Zhou Tong didn't take the good fortune of the law creation tribulation at all. Instead, he gave it all to everyone present. With his current realm, the good fortune of the law creation tribulation was already useless to him. He might as well give it away. The rain of light sprinkled down, and endless Tao sounds rang in everyone's ears. It made everyone present feel like they were about to have an epiphany. All of them had huge gains, especially the good fortune of the law creation tribulation. It made them feel like their bodies and souls had been purified. Many human Tao Supremes even vaguely felt like they were about to live a brand new life. The ones who had the deepest enlightenment were naturally Wu Shi, Yi Fan, the Divine Emperor, the Lotus Supreme Emperor, the Lotus Supreme Emperor, and the others who had become immortals. The good fortune of the law creation tribulation was only a reference for them. In particular, the good fortune had been distributed to everyone present by Zhou Tong. With so many people sharing it equally, even if it was a great fortune, there wouldn't be much left. However, what was really useful to them was the brand new cultivation system and the brand new path of the Great Tao. This was something that shocked all of them. Every cultivation system was equivalent to a brand new perspective. From a brand new perspective on the path of divine sense cultivation, it was naturally easy to discover the blind spots that they had not been able to notice in the past, and discover the weaknesses that they had not been able to discover in the past. For all cultivators, every cultivation system was crucial. The more they saw, the more perfect they would be, and the greater the possibility of being able to cultivate to the highest realm in the future. The Great Tao was simple at the beginning, but the more one talked about it, the more profound it became. However, this was not the case for the cultivation system. Now that everyone was cultivating the heaven shrouding technique, they would certainly not be able to adapt to a brand new perspective. In the beginning, it was also very difficult for them to understand. Fortunately, those who were able to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm were all heaven's pridelings. Following Zhou Tong's profound and simple explanation, after several days, they finally understood the foundation of this brand new cultivation system. However, as the explanation went deeper, after more than 30 days, the only people present who could understand were those who had become immortals. Of course, it didn't matter if they didn't understand. As long as they could remember it, it would be beneficial for them to constantly comprehend it in the future. Chapter 1379. The 49 days of preaching soon passed, and the cultivators who had yet to become immortals quickly dispersed. As these people dispersed, the starry sky shook and the universe boiled over. Celestial Tyrant Lord had created a new cultivation system by himself, and had selflessly preached the Tao and spread this system. This was simply like a fantasy story and had shocked all the cultivators who heard this news. In particular, everyone discovered that the group of people who went to listen to the sermon had a much higher cultivation base. It was even to the extent that the best among them had lived a second life and were about to reach the standard of this golden era of Tao affirmation. As soon as this discovery was made, it immediately set off a frenzy in the starry sky of the universe. Countless cultivators rushed to the training grounds where the people who went to listen to the preaching were. They also wanted to know what kind of system could make the group of people who listened to the preaching make such terrifying progress. However, as more inside information was exposed, everyone was immediately envious and jealous. Heavens, not only did Celestial Tyrant Lord create a new cultivation system, but he also gave away all the good fortune obtained from the Dharma creation tribulation. Everyone who listened to the preaching was bathed in the benefits of the Dharma creation tribulation. Celestial Tyrant Lord has really surpassed the immortal king realm and reached the legendary emperor realm. Who in this world can catch up to him? He even gave away the good fortune of the Dharma creation tribulation. Is Celestial Tyrant Lord trying to create an opponent? Countless people were shocked. Zhou Tong's name once again shook the entire starry sky. His actions were just too shocking. He alone was like a sun that illuminated the world, causing everyone else to be overshadowed by him. However, at this moment in the divine realm, the other people who had yet to become immortals had already left. Only those who had become immortals were left under the Tree of World, such as Yi Fan, No Shi, the Divine Emperor, Emperor Qing, Emperor Merciless, and others. Zhou Tong, did you really break through the immortal king realm? What kind of realm is a quasi-immortal emperor? Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong with a solemn expression. This was because at this moment, in his eyes, Zhou Tong was just like an ordinary mortal. He could not see anything special about him. Even when he was preaching before, he didn't notice any big changes in his aura. He just felt that it was incredible that he could refine the law creation tribulation. When they heard Yi Fan's question, both Wu Shi and the God Emperor looked at Zhou Tong gravely. Although Zhou Tong had indeed admitted that he had broken through to the king's realm, what they wanted was not a yes or no answer. They wanted to know what the quasi-immortal emperor realm was and how to break through. Yi Fan and the others were fine, but the two celestial kings, Wu Shi and Shen Huang, were extremely serious. This question was very likely to affect their own paths of Tao. I can't explain it clearly, but when you truly come into contact with this realm, you will understand. The difference between an immortal king and a half-immortal emperor is as big as the difference between a great emperor and an immortal king. It's not something that can be overcome with numbers, Zhou Tong said softly. As for the method to advance to a half-immortal emperor, everyone is different. The sixth secret realm? Great Emperor Ruthless looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded and said, "That's right. Everyone's sixth secret realm is different, so their method of advancing to a half-immortal emperor is different too. In fact, our 5 secret realms cultivation system can only be maintained under the immortal king realm. However, if you want to reach the peak of the immortal king realm, you must walk your own path. Advancing to a half-immortal emperor realm on this foundation is naturally the extension of your own path of Tao. If you haven't cultivated the 6th secret realm, then don't think about the half-immortal emperor realm," Zhou Tong warned. The 6th secret realm. At that moment, everyone fell silent, especially the 2 human emperors, Tai Yin and Tai Yang. They had just become immortal mortals not long ago, so they didn't know anything about the 6th secret realm. As for Wu Shi, Yi Fan, Ruthless, and the others, they had either successfully opened the 6th secret realm or stepped on the path of the Book of Changes. All they needed was one final step to perfect it. Therefore, they knew the uniqueness of the 6th secret realm. That was, everyone was different. If others cultivated their own 6th secret realm, they could indeed advance to the immortal king realm in a short period of time. However, their future path would be completely blocked. When you have successfully opened the 6th secret realm, perhaps you will be able to discover your own path to becoming a half-immortal emperor realm, Zhou Tong said in the end. The 6th secret realm is nothing. The problem is the cultivation system you just released. Has the darkness erosion really reached this stage? Are you going to replace it with a new cultivation system? After pondering for a while, Yi Fan continued to ask. Zhou Tong's preaching of the Tao and directly announcing a brand new cultivation system was something they had not expected. They knew that Zhou Tong had many cultivation systems, but for so many years, he had never released them. Why did he change his personality this time and directly release a new cultivation system? Zhou Tong said, I'm just preparing for a rainy day. I can't tell exactly how far the darkness erosion has reached, but it's definitely a step further. In these hundreds of thousands of years, we have been improving, and the darkness erosion has been stagnant. Now, I'm just giving the living beings of this world another chance to choose. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Darkness erosion. This thing was like a sword of Damocles hanging above everyone's heads, making them feel uneasy. It made them feel intense pressure in their hearts, forcing them to speed up. You've become a half-immortal emperor, but you still can't do anything about the darkness erosion? The Sun Saint Emperor asked. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, I can't. I can only guarantee that if the darkness erosion doesn't attack me with all its strength, I can deal with it. However, if it attacks me with all its strength, I can't do anything, unless I take a few more steps forward. A half-immortal emperor is still not enough. Everyone sighed in their hearts. If a half-immortal emperor's strength isn't enough, then my current strength is even worse. After this time, I'll go into seclusion. I won't come out until I find the sixth secret realm. Yi Fan made up his mind. The new cultivation system this time is completely different. With this system, I'm more confident in my sixth secret realm. Ruthless was also secretly competing. The sixth secret realm is completed, but if I want to break through to half-immortal emperor, I'll have to take a step forward. Could it be the seventh secret realm? Or some other direction? No Beginning was also thinking about the future. Yi Fan and the others were also silent for a long time. In the end, they didn't say anything and directly left the divine realm. They all returned to their own dojos and went into seclusion. It was obvious that they were all stimulated. Chapter 1380. After Yi Fan, No Beginning, and the others left, the area under the world tree became quiet again. Everyone has been provoked by you, Yenryu said. I've given you the complete cultivation system. Have you found your own sixth secret realm? Or have you found some clues about the sixth secret realm? Zhou Tong asked. As he spoke, Zhou Tong looked at his son and said, What about you? Have you learned anything? Father, your cultivation system is indeed powerful and has benefited me a lot. However, I can feel that this cultivation system has nothing to do with my sixth secret realm. My Tao is not here either. Zhou Rui did not think too much about it and rejected it directly. Any cultivator's cultivation path had been set a long time ago. It was set at the beginning of their cultivation. However, many people did not know if their future path was the one they wanted. Therefore, they often went astray. Having cultivated to the mortal-immortal realm, he could indeed feel where his Tao was from some very intuitive feelings. At least, if he stuck to his original heart, the probability of going astray was very small. Since it's not your Tao, it doesn't matter. But now that you've cultivated up to the mortal realm, it's time for you to think about your sixth secret realm. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Tong casually took out a book that shone with golden light. This was an immortal gold book made from Tao Tribulation gold. It was very thick, with hundreds of pages. Every page was filled with countless small words. Zhou Tong handed the book to his son and said, These are some of the other cultivation systems that I've summarized. Most of the cultivation systems that I know are here. Perhaps there'll be something that you need. Of course, it's okay if you don't. Just treat it as a learning experience. Zhou Rui took the book in surprise and left. At this time, Yenryu said, I did find something. This might be my sixth secret realm. However, it's not complete yet. While speaking, Yenryu also roughly told Zhou Tong about what she had comprehended. After hearing Yenryu's story, Zhou Tong nodded. I see. This is your sixth secret realm, the illusory Tao tree. No, to you, it should be the illusory green lotus, right? The cultivation system of the desolate era had a great impact on Yenryu. The growth process of the Tao tree was especially important to Yenryu. It was like she had found a treasure. The sixth secret realm that Yenryu spoke of originated from the Tao tree. In the desolate era, every world-level cultivator, Samsara Tao Lord, Eternal Emperor, and even autarchs had a Tao tree. Yenryu was a monster. After she transformed, her true form was illusory green lotus, which was now her immortal artifact. Yenryu's so-called sixth secret realm was to use the Tao tree of the desolate era cultivation system to allow the green lotus that had turned into an immortal item to return to her body, turning it into a sixth secret realm that belonged solely to her. The illusory green lotus is correct. However, there are still many things that need to be resolved. As Yenryu spoke, she also told Zhou Tong about some of the problems she had encountered when she was comprehending it herself. However, this was Yenryu's own path. Zhou Tong didn't want to say too much. If he said too much, it might cause her to go astray. Therefore, he didn't try to solve her problems. Instead, he gave her some suggestions based on his own understanding. The two sat facing each other and discussed. After 3 whole years, Yenryu finally stopped. She went into seclusion to re-examine her sixth secret realm. She wanted to perfect it. Everyone is in seclusion. In the entire universe, I'm probably the only one who's fine. Zhou Tong stood under the world tree for a long time. His heart was restless. The current world should be the calm before the storm. No one knew when the darkness would descend. No one knew how much the darkness had eroded. No one knew what the darkness was doing now. Zhou Tong was now a half-immortal emperor. He thought for a moment and decided to explore the outside world. He wanted to see how far the darkness had reached. With my half-immortal emperor strength, I think I'm qualified to explore the darkness to a certain extent. Zhou Tong wanted to explore the darkness, but he still couldn't let go of this place. If the 9 heavens and 10 earths considered Huang Tian Emperor's tricks or some other methods, they might be able to hide it from the dark camp for a short time. However, as the 9 heavens and 10 earths became more prosperous and stronger, and even started to plunder the origins of other worlds to make up for this world would definitely fall into the eyes of the dark camp. There might even be living beings who had already noticed this place. At this time, if Zhou Tong left and the dark camp attacked, that would be bad. I have to leave behind some treasures to suppress this world or the divine realm. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment, and then looked towards his 10 heavenly passage divine ring. Right now, the most powerful weapon in his hands was naturally the immortal phoenix True Life's life divine weapon, Tribulation Flame Divine Furnace. Next was his Tao confirming artifact, as well as the 10 heavenly passage divine rings 12 artifacts, as well as the heavenly horned ant True Life's weapon. However, without exception, these weapons couldn't be left behind. It was because these things were related to his ultimate strength. I can only think of a way to refine some things for them. According to Huang Tian Emperor's experience, things like formations should be the most suitable. Zhou Tong immediately thought of the desolate era world's eternal ultimate formation Tao. This kind of formation Tao combined with his previous formation Tao cultivation, after mastering it, a formation that contained the Tao of many worlds would definitely be impossible for an ordinary half-immortal emperor to break through in a short period of time. However, the most important thing is still mastery. Zhou Tong said inwardly. Forget it, before leaving, I'll first master the formation. It just so happens that things like formations are also beneficial for my exploration of the dark camp. Previously, he had only received the great Tao insights brought back by the immortal phoenix True Life, but he didn't truly integrate these insights with his own things. Now that he needed it, he could only make a last-minute effort and comprehend for a period of time. If I want to master it, I have to come into contact with this world. It's impossible to maintain 1,000 times speed. I can only maintain a 10 times time acceleration. Zhou Tong said inwardly. Then, the 10 heavenly passage divine ring appeared around him. In an instant, the space around him distorted, and the 10 times time acceleration state was activated. Then, Zhou Tong began to comprehend the Tao of formations in this 10 times time acceleration, trying to integrate his own Tao of formations with the eternal ultimate formation Tao of the desolate era world. Chapter 1381. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. But to Zhou Tong, these 10,000 years were a full 100,000 years. With his current half-immortal Emperor realm cultivation base, 100,000 years of time was enough for him to cultivate any Tao to the peak of perfection. The eternal ultimate Tao of Array Tao was finally integrated with his original Tao of Array Tao. It's finally done. I can also refine a batch of treasures, Zhou Tong said in his heart. In the 10 heavens divine ring, a large number of threads that contained brilliant rays of light appeared first. These were not ordinary threads, but threads spat out by immortal king-level celestial silkworms. They were also the most powerful and mystical among all the thread. If these threads were interwoven into silk, together with some immortal materials, Xian Wang Qi, and many other materials, it could completely carry a quasi-immortal emperor-level formation. In the 10 heavens divine ring, there were immortal kings born in the various heavens. It could be said that the foundation of his 10 heavens divine ring now surpassed that of the various heavens and even the heavens. Therefore, Zhou Tong did not lack treasures at all. Soon, under the control of Zhou Tong, the massive amount of silk, along with the immortal gold, Xian Wang Qi, world stone, and many other treasures quickly interwove into a picture scroll. Then, Zhou Tong activated the quasi-immortal emperor-level flame and began to refine it. In an instant, flames rushed into the sky and raged. This place was incomparably resplendent, and large areas of chaos were boiling. Countless runes and formation patterns were imprinted in the picture scroll by Zhou Tong. This time, it took a few years for the refinement to be completed. Of course, during the refinement, Zhou Tong had already arranged for time to accelerate. A few years in the 10 heavens divine ring was only 2 hours in the outside world. The quasi-immortal emperor-level formation diagram was completely formed. Inside the 10 heavens divine ring, Zhou Tong tested the power of this formation diagram. Buzz! The formation diagram filled the sky and instantly covered dozens of worlds. At the same time, countless runes of the Great Path lit up on the formation diagram. In an instant, the inside of the formation diagram seemed to have turned into an extremely deep universe. The Great Path inside was complete and contained a terrifying killing calamity that could split the heavens and earth. This kind of scene was shocking to the extreme. Immortal kings who had given birth to half-immortal emperor light, once they entered, would instantly collapse. Even if a true half-immortal emperor entered, there was a possibility that they would have to pay a bloody price. The power is not bad. It can already kill ordinary quasi-immortal emperors. Even if I enter a formation of this level, even if I don't die, I will lose a few layers of skin. Zhou Tong was incomparably satisfied. Soon, Zhou Tong took out the item and quickly flew into one of Zhou Tong's palaces. However, this array diagram was not the limit. Zhou Tong continued to use silk and various immortal materials to refine the paintings. One after another, earth-shattering formations were imprinted in the paintings. In the end, he directly refined 26 formation diagrams. These formation diagrams, in addition to the previous one, made a total of 27 half-immortal emperor-level formations. Then, 8 formation diagrams flew out from the 10 heavenly grotto heaven divine ring. These 8 formation diagrams combined with the previous one. In an instant, 9 half-immortal emperors interlocked. The terrifying formation enveloped the entire divine realm. With the protection of these 9 interlocking formations, it is impossible for a half-immortal emperor to break into the divine realm in a short time. The divine realm is perfect. Zhou Tong got up and left the divine realm. He came to the continent occupied by the tyrant body. He came directly to the sky above the great Zhou Empire. The entire dynasty was made up of his bloodline descendants. It has been a long time since I looked down on my great Zhou Empire in such a way. I didn't expect that my bloodline descendants have reached hundreds of millions. The core direct descendants are the royal family, and the branches are the royal families everywhere. There are even some bloodline descendants who have already turned into mortal dust. Zhou Tong looked down at the empire and felt a little emotional. He was also an ancestor, and his descendants were endless. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's heart skipped a beat. He looked at a corner of the empire and saw a little girl in the mortal world. He smiled slightly. Although she has fallen into the mortal world, her bloodline has returned to its ancestral roots. It is rare to see a female pureblood tyrant body. Fine, I will give you an opportunity. He flicked his finger and a ray of flowing light immediately landed on the little girl. With his half-immortal emperor level, the opportunity he gave her was naturally enough to make her rise easily. However, whether or not she could prove her Tao in this kind of inner scroll world would depend on herself. Next, it's time to get down to business. Zhou Tong's figure flashed and he appeared at the core of the empire. There was an immortal bell made of crimson phoenix blood gold. It was also made by Zhou Tong and used to suppress the foundation of the entire empire. However, as the golden age of the entire world continued to extend, this immortal bell was already not enough. Back then, I only casually left behind an immortal bell. Now, it's time for you to advance and become an immortal king bell. Zhou Tong grabbed casually, and the bell instantly returned to the 10 heavens divine ring. A moment later, a brand new bell appeared here. The brand new immortal king bell emitted a heart-palpitating aura. It was completely red, and there were runes that almost surpassed the immortal king level condensed on it. This bell only needed to shake slightly, and it was enough to kill an ordinary immortal king. Even in the face of a half-immortal emperor, it could withstand a few attacks. The upgrade is complete. Next is to set up the formation. Zhou Tong returned to the sky above the continent. With a casual toss, the remaining 9 formation diagrams turned into rays of flowing light and merged into various parts of the continent. These 9 formation diagrams were also 9 half-immortal emperor-level formations that were interlocked. They were no different from the formations in the divine realm. The last 9 formations will stay with me. Perhaps they will be useful in times of danger. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong did not give away the last 9 formations. However, not giving away the formations didn't mean that he couldn't give away some other things, such as immortal king artifacts. In the current universe, there were only a few immortal kings, and they hadn't been immortal kings for long. The only immortal king artifacts they had were their own Tao-confirming artifact. However, with a half-immortal emperor like Zhou Tong making a move, in addition to the terrifying time acceleration inside the 10 heavens divine ring, refining immortal king artifacts was simply a matter of minutes. In almost a moment, more than a dozen immortal king artifacts had already flown out of his 10 heavens divine ring and landed in various parts of the divine realm and the tyrant continent. Finally, before I leave, I should upgrade my own Tao-confirming artifacts. Zhou Tong looked at the black and yellow qi in the 10 heavens divine ring. That was the black and yellow qi that was born when the heavenly horned ant's true fate opened up the 3rd layer of the universe. 60% of it was used to cultivate the black and yellow immortal body. Now, only the last 40% was left. Zhou Tong directly threw his tyrant bell into the black and yellow qi. Immediately, the black and yellow qi began to slowly seep into every part of the bell, perfectly combining with the bell. The power of the entire tyrant bell also began to slowly increase. This kind of black and yellow qi refining method was that simple. He only needed to throw his own artifact into it. In a short 10,000 years, all of the black and yellow qi had completely merged into the tyrant bell. It's done. It's time to take the initiative and explore the dark faction. Chapter 1382. Zhou Tong took a large step forward and disappeared from the 9 heavens 10 earths in the blink of an eye. After becoming a quasi-immortal emperor, his speed was far faster than when he was still an immortal king. Every step he took was the distance of a great world. Not long after, he had already arrived in the direction of the Realm Sea, which was the place where a large amount of dark matter existed. Where are the dark creatures? Zhou Tong's extremely powerful divine sense instantly erupted and expanded to a large area. In the blink of an eye, he found a dark immortal king. Dark immortal king, he also has a trace of the strange aura of the Soul River. It seems that he should be from the Soul River. Zhou Tong didn't hide his existence and directly walked towards the dark immortal king. The dark immortal king's body was cold, and his blood-red eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Boom! Almost in an instant, a terrifying power of darkness erupted from the dark immortal king's body. It was incomparably terrifying, and it was like a vast ocean that swept through the heavens, sweeping towards Zhou Tong. Buzz! Zhou Tong casually pointed with his sword finger. Whether it was the power of darkness or the immortal king-level great Dao runes, they were all sliced apart by his sword, opening a path. Then, Zhou Tong took a step forward and arrived in front of the immortal king. He raised his hand and punched. Boom! In an instant, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if a universe had been pierced through. The dark immortal king took out a pitch-black immortal king's shield to block in front of him, but it was useless. His shield and his body were directly pierced through. His entire body was dripping with blood, and a huge bloody hole was in the middle of his chest. The dark immortal king coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock, but his body had already reached its limit. The attack of a quasi-immortal emperor was not something a first-level immortal king could withstand. His body shone and then exploded. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed a faint shadow from the exploded body. This was the primordial spirit of the dark immortal king. When Zhou Tong attacked, he deliberately showed mercy in order to keep his primordial spirit. The Soul River is located in the deepest part of these dark creatures' primordial spirits. When I searched the primordial spirits of those dark immortal kings, there was a strange movement on the other side of the Soul River, and there was an energy fluctuation. Zhou Tong's eyes glowed as 2 beams of light blasted onto the primordial spirit, causing the primordial spirit of this immortal king to tremble slightly before rapidly disintegrating. But at this moment, Zhou Tong had already found what he needed. Just as the dark immortal king's primordial spirit was completely annihilated, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. 1. The ripples became finer and finer like ultrasonic wave. They intertwined in the void and finally formed a passage that transcended time and space. And in this passage one could see a special river. It was the Soul River. Zhou Tong's eyes shone brightly. Chains of order appeared, and then Zhou Tong directly entered the strange tunnel formed by the ripples. He flew directly towards the Soul River. The Soul River was obviously not here. It seemed to have transcended the heavens and was far away from this world. Roar! Just as Zhou Tong entered, an extremely terrifying roar came from the entire Soul River. It was as if millions of demonic beasts were roaring, or billions of gods and ghosts were wailing. Countless soul light spots soared into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. At this moment, time was chaotic, the past and the present were overturned, and karma was reversed. Humph! Zhou Tong snorted softly. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to suppress the entire Soul River. The power of a quasi-immortal emperor instantly suppressed the entire Soul River, suppressing all the cries of ghosts and gods. For a moment, the entire Soul River had a strange sense of silence. But soon, the Soul River began to boil. countless splashes and waves surged, followed by torrential rain that covered the sky and the earth. This rain did not come from the sky, but from the Soul River itself. It soared into the sky and covered the entire world. Especially towards the end, the torrential rain had completely changed. All the rainwater had completely turned into the most terrifying soul power, and there were even wisps of chaos that rushed towards Zhou Tong. The scene here was really too terrifying. Every raindrop was like a god, densely packed and endless. At the same time, yellow sand on the river bank not far away filled the sky. Every grain of sand turned into a slightly weaker shadow that covered the sky and the earth, and together, they suppressed Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong walked on the Soul River, allowing the power of the Soul River to corrode him. He was fearless, and with a strong sense of confidence, he allowed the countless rays of light to rush towards him. Boom! The fluctuations of the Soul River became more and more terrifying. Countless raindrops and sand turned into billions of gods and demons, carrying a cold black light that pierced through the world. It was extremely terrifying. There was also a vague mysterious power in the void that seemed to seep into Zhou Tong's primordial spirit and destroy his primordial spirit. Buzz! However, Zhou Tong still walked forward quietly. There was only a ray of light on the surface of his body that protected him, and nothing could invade him. Crack! All the raindrops, all the sand, and all the gods and demons collapsed the moment they came into contact with the light on the surface of Zhou Tong's body. They turned into a rain of blood and soul light that filled the sky and dispersed with a loud bang. Countless figures burned violently, turned into raindrops, and fell back into the Soul River. The yellow sand that filled the sky also turned into nothingness and was annihilated in the void. The short conflict ended in an instant. The world was quiet. Zhou Tong walked forward, walking in this strange pitch-black land. The Soul River in front of him rippled, and the yellow sand on the riverside was quiet. The aura that the huge river emitted made one's scalp go numb. Are there no more monsters in the Soul River? Zhou Tong looked towards the depths of the Soul River, and his loud voice reverberated in the sky above the Soul River. No one responded, but a blood-colored whirlwind blew on the originally dead silent Soul River, and the yellow sand that filled the sky was blown up. It looked exceptionally terrifying. At the same time, the fog on the Soul River covered the sky and the sun once again. The whole Soul River also began to shake, and it was starting to recover completely. Countless splashes of water soared into the sky, and there was a violent roar. At the same time, there was a terrifying sound of iron chains, as if something was shackled over. Boom! In the next moment, a violent wind blew, and the whole Soul River was in chaos. Sand and dust filled the sky, and there were countless souls. There were howls, roars, and cries everywhere in the sky. At the same time, there was the smell of blood coming from the depths of the Soul River, and there was also a strange music that sounded as if it wanted to destroy all living things and guide all living things back to their places. Accompanied by the strange music, countless souls disintegrated and fell into the end of the Soul River together. In the end, amidst the countless soul lights, the bloody aura, and the strange music, a vague voice was heard. All the souls in the heavens fall, but the river lives forever. Chapter 1383. The souls of the heavens fall, but the river lives forever. This sentence was like a curse that hovered above the Soul River. This sentence was recited in an extremely ancient language. Even Zhou Tong couldn't determine which language it was. However, even though the language was different, this sentence contained some kind of mysterious and unfathomable power. It was like the chanting of divine thoughts, but also like the spreading of soul power. Therefore, even those who did not understand this language could clearly understand the meaning of this sentence. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, this kind of voice that was shouted with one's soul and spiritual will had long surpassed the scope of all the languages in the world. It was more accurate and could clearly express all the meanings. There would definitely be no mistake. At the same time, the Soul River stretched endlessly. The tide surged, and the music was faint. The smell of blood filled the air, and the black fog expanded. An extremely strange scene appeared here. "Stop talking nonsense and come out," Zhou Tong shouted. At the same time, roar! A red light spewed out like a fire that burned the heavens. A phoenix that was completely formed by runes rushed out from Zhou Tong's side. Its momentum was boundless, and it directly attacked the upper reaches of the Soul River. In an instant the red light surged. The flames rushed into the sky, and the divine chains of order intertwined. It rushed directly into the depths of the Soul River. The surging flames illuminated the originally silent, cold, and dark Soul River. It was as if this place was no longer a strange and ominous place, but a son of the highest Yang. The terrifying and scorching flames exploded in the Soul River, and the quiet Soul River instantly became chaotic. Huge waves rushed into the sky, and countless soul shadows appeared. However, no matter what the soul shadows or what they were all turned into ashes the moment they came into contact with Zhou Tong's rune phoenix. Ever since the return of the immortal phoenix True Life, flames had become Zhou Tong's most powerful technique. Especially the flames of the phoenix, which had a restraining ability against strange and ominous things. Now that the flames were so powerful, even the Soul River felt that it was troublesome. Just the moment the rune phoenix appeared, who knew how much of the precious Soul River's water had evaporated? Boom! The light illuminated the Soul River. In an instant, many monsters that were hidden in the dark revealed themselves. They could clearly see that there were 7 monsters at the very front. The creature standing at the front had the body of a praying mantis, but the strange thing was that its legs were completely different. There were elephant legs, eagle claws, tiger paws, and the most speechless thing was that there were 2 human arms mixed in, arms full of red hair. Its abdomen was even more disgusting. It was actually filled with corpses, and they were the kind of corpses that were cut in half. There were even some corpses that were dripping with blood. The lower half of his body was extremely disgusting. As for the upper half, it was even more disgusting. The upper half of its body was like a corpse that had been soaked in water for tens of thousands of years. Its hair was disheveled, and its eyes were protruding from time to time. Moreover, there were holes all over its body, and white maggots could be seen crawling in and out of them. It wasn't just this monster. The other monsters were the same. Not a single one of them had a normal shape. It was as if they were objects that were casually pieced together and smelted from various corpses. Each and every one of them looked nauseating. This kind of terrifying appearance could scare people to death in the outside world. Even some of the monsters in the burial pit of heaven and earth that Zhou Tong had killed previously weren't so disgusting. The monsters in the burial pit of heaven and earth had at least gone through the process of raising goo and smelting them into one. At least there was a sense of harmony. However, the monsters here were simply pieced together randomly. There was no sense of harmony at all. Humph! Zhou Tong's gaze swept over. His killing intent was like a blade that cut through the void. It was merely a ray of light, but it caused the entire Soul River to surge, causing the entire riverside to rumble and shake. Endless yellow sand filled the sky. Endless soul shadows surged. The cries of ghosts and howls of gods resounded through the whole strange place. Woo! The bodies of the monsters on the opposite side all split open when Zhou Tong's gaze swept over them. They couldn't withstand the gaze of a quasi-celestial emperor. They couldn't withstand this kind of terrifying divine might. Damn it, don't be afraid. He's just one person. A monster roared and then attacked. That was an incomparably dense black light. As if it was the source of the strange phenomenon, a huge amount of dark matter erupted from his strange body. At this moment, it was as if the galaxy was vast and mighty. The river and sea had broken through the dikes. It was majestic and vast. The other monsters also attacked at the same time. A strange substance also erupted from the bodies of those monsters. Not only was there black dark matter, but there was also a silver, incomparably shiny substance. There was also that monstrous gray fog, and that golden, all kinds of dark matter appeared at the same time and surged toward Zhou Tong together. "You disgusting thing, die!" At this moment, Zhou Tong finally made his move. Unlike the previous ray of light, the phoenix that he had constructed with runes suddenly shone brightly. Brilliant golden light and scorching flames ignited the Soul River. The entire Soul River seemed to be bathed in the flames of the great Tao, as if it had entered a blazing furnace. At this moment it was like the judgment of the end. Zhou Tong displayed the supreme cultivation of the fire Tao, and there was a vast power that could destroy the world. All of the dark matter instantly vanished into thin air in the face of this supreme flame. At the same time, all the living beings that appeared in front of Zhou Tong in the Soul River felt their vision turn white, and then they were reduced to ashes. These were all creatures at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Under Zhou Tong's attack, they died without any resistance. Even the phenomenon of their death did not exist. Everything retreated. Not only the soul shadows of these monsters, but even the Soul River was affected by Zhou Tong's attack. A drop of the Soul River's water contained extremely terrifying power, enough to kill countless experts. But now, with Zhou Tong's attack, the Soul River was interrupted. Huge waves surged into the sky, but as soon as they flew into the sky, they were immediately evaporated and swallowed by the scorching flames. Those were the soul lights of the precious and powerful gods being obliterated. With just one attack, Zhou Tong had already cut off the entire Soul River. Who knew how many tens of thousands of miles of the river section had dried up, revealing the riverbed that had already melted into a glass-like shape. The riverbed of the Soul River was originally piled up by yellow sand, but under Zhou Tong's flames, everything seemed to have changed its original nature. It actually showed a state of ordinary land being burned. This attack caused a warm aura to appear in half of the Soul River. It was not worthy of the previous dark and strange atmosphere. Instead, it carried the light and aura of the sun. Trash, is there no one else in the Soul River? Just a few monsters, and you dare to stop me? Zhou Tong's voice was mighty and spread throughout the entire Soul River. Chapter 1384. Boom! The Soul River was cut off. One could see that a door in the distance had been blasted open by the scorching flames. Everything behind the door had been swept away by the scorching flames. One could vaguely see from some traces that there were various artifacts on the ground, such as broken chariots, condensed star skeletons, and even corpses that were emitting chaotic chi. However, these were all in the past. As the scorching flames crushed through, the entire world behind the door had been completely turned into a wasteland. The chariots melted, the star skeletons cracked, and the corpses were only left with a few flickering quasi-immortal emperor-level runes to barely ensure that there was still a trace of them left. Who dares to invade the Soul River? You're courting death. At this moment, an earth-shattering howl finally came from the Soul River. Roar! That sound was like the howl of a ghost, but also like the cry of heaven and earth. There were also great Tao runes that formed a terrifying hurricane that spread rapidly, blowing away the hot air and sweeping away the time, sweeping outwards. An incomparably majestic power was vast and mighty. Even in the heavens, this power was supreme and invincible. Even immortal kings would tremble in fear. A quasi-immortal emperor, the quasi-immortal emperor of the Soul River, had finally appeared. Crack! The void was cracking and the firmament was collapsing. The section of the river that had long been purified by Zhou Tong also instantly returned to its previous dark and eerie atmosphere. Yin Qi, Blood Qi, and many other indescribable forces once again permeated this place. This scene was really shocking. A quasi-immortal emperor made a move and caused a terrifying scar to the Soul River, but in this eerie wind it actually recovered. This scene was incomparably shocking and horrifying. Boom! This force was really too powerful, too violent, and too eerie. A black gale swept out from the depths of the Soul River, wreaking havoc in the void. Especially after the Soul River recovered, it spread further, as if it was going to engulf the greater world. A quasi-immortal emperor finally made a move in the depths of the Soul River? Zhou Tong's eyes were deep, and he made a move again. No matter what, he had to confine the battlefield within the Soul River. He definitely would not allow these eerie Great Tao runes to engulf the heavens and affect the outside world. Clang! The tyrant bell appeared above Zhou Tong's head and shook leisurely. Instantly, the visible bell waves turned into a flood that poured directly into the depths of the Soul River. It was like a raging wave that swept across the blue sky. It was magnificent and boundless, causing the countless rays of light in the Soul River to rumble unceasingly. Boom! The bell waves rumbled like a divine sword, incomparably ferocious, breaking apart all obstacles in front of it. Regardless of whether it was the raging wind or the quasi-immortal emperor runes contained within the raging wind, they were all crushed by the bell waves. After becoming a quasi-immortal emperor, and in particular after fusing with the most precious refining treasure from the grand mist space, the profound yellow energy, Zhou Tong's bell could be said to have surpassed everything. It could be called the #1 artifact beneath the immortal emperor realm. With just a single strike, he had broken through the quasi-immortal emperor's attack from the depths of the Soul River. Roar! A loud roar rang out. A gigantic shadow could be seen in the depths of the Soul River. It was howling madly. Silver light surged over there. A terrifying wave of soul force came crashing down, welcoming Zhou Tong's bell waves. This attack had already drawn upon the deepest foundation of the Soul River. Its might was terrifying, and even time and space seemed to be obliterated by this silver light. Zhou Tong's bell waves were no exception. It's been a long time since I've made a move. Kill. The black shadow's eyes brightened like two silver lamps. Then it attacked once more. In the void, a silver palm slowly and heavily slammed towards Zhou Tong. This palm had a silver substance that bubbled like boiling water. A monstrous emperor pressure swept up, suppressing downwards. One could see a dark river flowing within this palm. Countless souls from the boundless heavens turned into beams of light that fused into this river. This palm wasn't large, but it contained a spirit that could control the heavens and control samsara. It was truly shocking to the extreme. You're just a quasi-immortal emperor, yet you look down on me so much? Zhou Tong chuckled. Then, he raised his right hand and used his palm as a blade. He hacked down with force, meeting that silver palm head-on, erupting with monstrous divine light. Rumble! A world-shaking collision occurred. The entire Soul River was wailing and trembling. The passageway condensed from countless laws was cracking. The riverbed of the Soul River was also collapsing. Boundless storms were wreaking havoc. The Soul River that was repaired by that strange wind earlier was once again cut off at this moment. Countless rivers were evaporated, and countless grains of sand were turned to ashes. One had to know that this was the Soul River, a strange and ominous outpost placed in the heavens. There would often be true immortal emperors patrolling this place. It was unknown how many quasi-immortal emperor-level formations were set up here. But at this moment the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The Soul River was cut off. Two quasi-immortal emperor-level powerhouses, a peerless collision, shook heaven and earth, shook the past and present. Not to mention the Soul River, even the long river of time seemed to have frozen because of this. After this strike, Zhou Tong was naturally unharmed. The bell above him was still firmly rooted to the ground, and it emanated boundless chaotic qi and skyearth qi, causing the place Zhou Tong stood on to seem as if it had transformed into a supreme paradise. No matter how the heavens and the earth collapsed in the outside world, Zhou Tong would naturally remain unaffected. And on the opposite side, the silver-eyed black figure suddenly retreated, his entire body almost flying out. Pfft! Although he tried his best to suppress it, it was still useless. There was a deep cut on his palm, so deep that bone could be seen. There was even silver blood dripping down. But a moment later, the cut on his palm had already disappeared. The dripping silver blood also returned to his body. After all, he was a quasi-immortal emperor. His recovery ability was extraordinary. Right at this moment, in the depths of the Soul River, a golden light lit up. A kind of gentle great Tao rune appeared, interweaving in the void, spreading to every corner, protecting the things in the depths of the Soul River. Otherwise, this collision would definitely expose many secrets in the depths of the Soul River. Oh? A second quasi-immortal emperor has appeared? Zhou Tong looked forward, his eyes deep to the extreme. After these two collisions, he already had a completely new understanding of his own strength. He was definitely not an ordinary quasi-immortal emperor. Although he had not undergone any transformation, he was definitely not much weaker than those quasi-immortal emperors who had undergone a transformation once. Therefore, the other party was already somewhat unable to block his full-strength saber strike. The heavens in my 10 heavenly paradise divine ring are definitely stronger than the heavens in this world. Zhou Tong had already confirmed in his heart. In the immortal ancient era, although there were also heavens and realms, the most brilliant realm was the celestial realm. The celestial realm needed at least a dozen other great realms to be comparable to it. And the heavens in Zhou Tong's 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, each world was not inferior to the peak of the celestial realm. Naturally, the quasi-immortal Emperor Tao fruit nurtured in his 10 heavenly paradise divine ring surpassed the heavens of the outside world. Chapter 1385. Oh, another Daozu has been born in the heavens. It seems that we have been greatly affected during this period of time. The quasi-immortal emperor who appeared behind spoke. As he spoke, the golden runes of the great Tao that filled the sky converged and finally enveloped his body, forming a brilliant golden color. However, a mere Daozu dares to act presumptuously in my soul river. The man shrouded in golden light said, and then he flipped his hand and punched at Zhou Tong. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth exploded, and the great Tao rippled in the void. The golden fist mark represented a deathly power that was completely inconsistent with the color. All the river water and sand along the way disintegrated the moment they touched the fist mark. Everything was destroyed. This person was extremely domineering. With just a few words, he directly attacked, and it was a fatal attack. Boom! Zhou Tong's entire body glowed. The essence qi in his body surged, and his divine power surged. The 10 heavens divine ring poured endless divine power into his body. The great Tao around him rumbled, and countless lightning bolts bloomed from his body, turning into purple divine dragons that coiled around him. The Thunder Emperor's true fate and the True Dragon's true fate had long been integrated into his body. With the power of the two intertwined with Zhou Tong's current quasi-immortal emperor power, he could easily produce even more brilliant and mysterious laws. In the blink of an eye, the purple lightning dragons met the golden fist head-on. Boom! In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted between the two of them, dispelling the darkness on the Soul River once again. The entire world was brilliant. But soon, a terrifying pressure descended once again. The Soul River surged. The silver-eyed man also attacked, and his terrifying soul power boiled again. But this time, he learned his lesson. He knew that his physical body was not as good as Zhou Tong's, so he did not attack with his bare hands. Instead, he took out a black and gold divine spear and directly pierced through the void, arriving in front of Zhou Tong and stabbing at his forehead. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. The countless quasi-immortal emperor-level Tao runes in the void were all trembling. A purplish golden cudgel suddenly appeared in Zhou Tong's hand. He directly sent it out, shattering that pitch-black divine spear. This was the thousand-mast staff, as well as the weapon Zhou Tong's heavenly horned ant true mandate brought back from coiling dragon world, as well as the most powerful super-heavy weapon in Zhou Tong's hands. Zhou Tong didn't use his tyrant bell because this was the Soul River. He could faintly sense that there were still quasi-immortal emperors who hadn't made a move yet. The tyrant bell didn't move to guard against this. "Good fellow, you actually have such a weapon aside from the bell," the silver-eyed man roared. Even his own weapon had been shattered, so he naturally didn't feel any better. The palm that was holding the weapon had been shattered, and silver blood flowed out. Boom! As if heaven and earth were being opened, that mail bathed in golden light also produced a weapon. That was a heavy hammer that released 7 types of radiant. This weapon was actually refined from 7 types of immortal gold, and there were even 3 types of immortal gold that Zhou Tong didn't recognize himself, never seen before. "Kill!" 3 murderous voices erupted at the same time. The 2 half-immortal emperors from the Soul River, 1 gold 1 silver, rushed murderously at Zhou Tong. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong also released an explosive roar, the thousand-mast staff in hand clashing against the 2 of them. Hong Long! A great battle erupted between the 2 sides. Terrifying radiance erupted in the skies above the Soul River. This was primordial spirit radiance, the sparks from the clash of weapons, even more so a clash of great Tao between the 2 sides. By the Soul River, specks of blood radiance flickered. World-shaking terrifying divine force surged, an inextinguishable battle intent extending from the ancient past. 3 great half-immortal emperor-level experts clashed. From time to time there would be golden and silver blood that would blast out millions and millions of li. It was incomparably terrifying. However, they were half-immortal emperors after all. After they were injured, they quickly recovered, once again rushing up to fight a great battle against Zhou Tong. The scene of this battle was incomparably terrifying. If there were immortal kings who saw this battle, their entire bodies would definitely tremble. It was because a battle of this level really was too horrifying. If one didn't reach half-immortal emperor-level strength, they didn't even have the qualifications to watch this battle. Fortunately, this was the Soul River, having experienced the reinforcement of past half-immortal emperors and even immortal emperors. Otherwise, this battle would definitely leave the heavens shaken. Fight! The battle situation became more and more intense. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong also fought more and more smoothly. Even though his fighting strength was unmatched, in the end, he had just entered half-immortal emperor level not long ago, so he still wasn't that used to this domain. Even though he had the heavenly horned ant and immortal phoenix, these 2 great true fates, after reaching the highest cultivation realms, they still didn't have much fighting experience. However now, after fighting a great battle against the 2 great half-immortal emperors of the Soul River, Zhou Tong became more and more at ease, grasping his own fighting strength more and more precisely. His fighting strength increased through this great battle. Hong Long! Zhou Tong's right hand forcefully swept out with the staff, blasting aside the golden male's heavy hammer. Then, with a turn of his left hand, a palm smashed down towards the silver-eyed half-immortal emperor. In that instant, heaven and earth were overturned. That silver-eyed half-immortal emperor roared out crazily, his hands holding the spear to seal Zhou Tong's palm. In that instant, the Tao patterns between the palm imprint and the black divine spear were densely packed, interweaving together, deriving the life and death of the great Tao. Terrifying energy fluctuations rumbled outwards, and then fiercely broke the spear in that silver-eyed half-immortal emperor's hands. Not good! That silver-eyed half-immortal emperor's weapon was destroyed. Silver great Tao patterns extended from beneath his feet, immediately withdrawing. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong took a step out, his entire body already catching up. With a raise of his hand, the staff hacked out Hong Long. A purple-golden staff shadow swept out, the staff shadow unmatched, heavy like a mountain, as if it was going to shatter 3,000 worlds, sever the great river of time. A large amount of the void before it was hacked apart, the soul river surging with endless waves. Bang! Just as Zhou Tong made his move, a voice suddenly came from behind him. It was like a thunderclap, and an unimaginable stream of light shot out from a corner of the darkness. It was a pitch-black arrow. There was a third half-immortal emperor on the Soul River's side. He hadn't made a move and had been hiding in the dark, waiting for the moment Zhou Tong walked out from the protection of the bell. In an instant, it was as if time had reversed. The pitch-black arrow seemed to flow upstream along the long river of time, turning into an unbelievable ray of light, directly piercing through the back of Zhou Tong's head. "Humph, I've been waiting for you," Zhou Tong coldly snorted, and then a brilliant halo appeared behind him. At the same time, within the 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix true life drew the tribulation fire divine bow, and a golden arrow instantly turned into a stream of light and flew out. Clang! The golden arrow and the pitch-black arrow collided in the void, but the pitch-black arrow was quickly annihilated. Then, the golden arrow pierced through and suddenly landed on the figure who was secretly drawing the bow. Hong Long! With an earth-shattering explosion, the golden arrow directly blew up the half-immortal emperor who was hiding in the dark. Chapter 1386. Boom! A quasi-immortal emperor exploded. Not only did his body explode, but his divine soul also exploded. The sky was filled with burning flesh and soul light, spreading in all directions. It was like a fireball that directly exploded. Then, the flames dissipated bit by bit. Everything turned into ashes and completely dissipated. Dead turned into ashes. This scene caused all the remaining living beings in the Soul River to be horrified and shocked. That was Daozu. In the words of the heavens, he was a quasi-immortal emperor. Such a peerless expert was actually killed by a single blow. He couldn't even recover. With just a single blow, a quasi-immortal emperor was actually killed? It should be known that quasi-immortal emperors were extremely difficult to kill. Even if an expert of the same level easily suppressed a quasi-immortal emperor, it would probably take tens of thousands of years of continuous refining to completely kill him. But the scene in front of them exceeded their imagination. They didn't dare to believe that a quasi-immortal emperor actually died just like that. However, this quasi-immortal emperor who was killed by the arrow was only the beginning. The battle on Zhou Tong's side was not over yet. Then, boom! Zhou Tong swept out with the 1,000-pound rod in his hand, shattering the broken spear in the hands of the silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor. Then, it directly smashed into his body, almost killing the silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor. His shoulder was completely shattered. A bloody broken arm flew out and exploded in the void. Then, his lungs and heart were also shattered by this rod. All the bones in his body were broken, and he flew out with blood dripping. It was simply a tragic sight. The silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor staggered back with a face full of shock. The silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor was greatly shocked. The opponent in front of him was getting stronger and stronger, and the speed of his improvement was really too fast. This speed of improvement was not like the speed of a quasi-immortal emperor at all. Instead, it was like a newbie who had just entered this realm but hadn't fully adapted to it. Only such a newbie could continuously improve to such a realm in such a short time. But, how could a newbie who had just entered this realm be so strong? Could it be that he was standing at such a high position just after breaking through? Could it be that just after breaking through, he could already surpass his thousands of years of bitter cultivation? The silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor was very shocked. This was something he had never thought of before. Could it be that another desolation is going to appear in the heavens? The silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor couldn't help but think of the person who entered the Soul River back then. That person was really too strong. It was clearly not long after he entered the Supreme Road, but he had such terrifying combat strength. Even the supreme existence in the depths of the Soul River was not a match for him. Back then, he only did not dare to show his face. By desolation, by desolation, by desolation. As for the person in front of him, although he wasn't an expert at the immortal emperor level of the Supreme Road, his unparalleled demeanor and the unparalleled battle prowess he possessed right after breaking through actually vaguely resembled desolation when he entered the Soul River back then. By desolation. Kill. Zhou Tong dealt with his worries, killing that half-immortal emperor who was secretly spying on them. He immediately released a terrifying murderous roar. He completely walked out from the protection of the bell. Like a tiger that left its cage, he directly chased after the silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor, domineering to the extreme. Attack together, kill him! The silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor was terrified, immediately shouting for his companions. That quasi-immortal emperor covered in golden light naturally wouldn't sit by and watch his only companion be killed. He had long made his preparations, brandishing his immortal gold hammer, directly attacking. Dang! However, right at this time, the bell suddenly shook. Bell waves surged endlessly like raging waves. The ripples were endless, domineering beyond compare, rushing over powerfully. Honglong! The instant they collided, the bell waves erupted like a tsunami, sweeping towards that golden quasi-immortal emperor. The bell waves spread in millions of streaks, every single one more terrifying than exceptional sword radiance. They blasted through everything in front of them. That golden quasi-immortal emperor couldn't stand still, staggering. Then, he was even more so directly sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. This time, this golden quasi-immortal emperor was also shocked. Even that opponent's weapon was so unordinary, able to injure him. It was simply inconceivable. Damn it, what kind of thing is this bell? It is simply like a different Daozu. This shouldn't be. Even if it is a living weapon, it is still a weapon. My weapon also has its own life. How can it have such terrifying strength? The golden quasi-immortal emperor wiped away the blood at the corners of his lips, looking towards Zhou Tong's bell with a grave expression. This was the first time he attached so much importance to a weapon, because the feeling this weapon gave him was too extraordinary. More than 10 types of immortal gold, as well as all life source energy, primal chaos immortal essence, this type of divine object, as well as some unknown materials? How could there be such a thing? There are materials in the heavens that I can't recognize. No, there is a problem with this bell's source energy, a huge problem. This golden quasi-immortal emperor felt more and more shocked the more he looked. Although he didn't recognize those materials, he could feel that several of them were very shocking. It was those few materials that increased the power of this bell to a terrifying extent. Especially that Xian Wang Qi, which made him even more shocked. This Xian Wang Qi was different from the Xian Wang he knew. It seemed to have some kind of terrifying and special power, enough to make anything be reborn. Clang! But at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. The bell continued to vibrate, and the bell sound once again resounded on the Soul River. Billions of bell waves were like heavenly sabers and divine swords, once again blasting out. The golden quasi-immortal emperor's expression was ugly. He used all his methods, and even activated the most original power of the Soul River to resist Zhou Tong's bell wave. For a time, the waves on the Soul River soared into the sky, turning into clouds and smoke, constantly being annihilated. On the other side, Zhou Tong's original body was also chasing after the silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor. He was incomparably ferocious. The 1,000-pound rod in his hand even split open the void. The silver-eyed half-immortal emperor's eyes were also filled with anger and unwillingness. To be bullied by a junior who had just stepped into this realm was simply a humiliation. But at this moment there was nothing he could do. he could only hold the half-broken spear and take it head-on. Clang! This collision caused ghosts to cry and gods to howl. There was also a terrifying metallic sound that shattered countless formation runes near the Soul River. There was also a huge amount of river water that rushed tens of thousands of miles high and then was annihilated. The endless yellow sand by the Soul River was also affected. Large amounts of yellow sand were also turned into ashes in the dazzling light. This time, the silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor was seriously injured again. He quickly retreated. His entire body was in tatters. Even his primordial spirit was affected by the power of this rod and almost collapsed. If it weren't for the fact that he was a quasi-immortal emperor and had been in this realm for many years, he would have died under this strike. But even if he was still alive, it was useless because Zhou Tong rushed up again. "Ah, a junior dares to come to my Soul River to be presumptuous. I refuse to accept this," the silver-eyed quasi-immortal emperor roared. If his companion in the dark was killed directly, they wouldn't be in such a situation. This opponent was too strong. If it was 3 against 1, there was still a chance, but 2 against 1, there was really no way. This was destined to be a disaster. Buzz! For the quasi-immortal emperor in the depths of the Soul River, Zhou Tong didn't have any mercy. He added another strike and blew him up. Then, a crimson furnace appeared in Zhou Tong's palm. This was the life-divine weapon of the immortal phoenix True Life, Tribulation Fire Divine Furnace. He opened the lid of the furnace. Immediately, a terrifying suction force directly swallowed all the remains of the quasi-immortal emperor in the depths of the Soul River and suppressed him. Then, Zhou Tong looked at the other side of the battlefield. He took a step and arrived beside the tyrant bell. He raised the 1,000-pound rod in his hand and used the rod as a bell pestle to strike the bell. Clang! The tyrant bell rumbled, erupting with an unprecedented bell wave. It was as if the trajectory of the great Tao was slashed out. At this moment, the bell wave was like a blade of time, like a blade of the void, cutting through thousands of years, cutting through tens of thousands of worlds, and killing everything. The golden quasi-immortal emperor instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. When he wanted to be reborn, Zhou Tong's tribulation fire divine furnace descended once again and swallowed him. In this battle, Zhou Tong killed a quasi-immortal emperor and suppressed 2 quasi-immortal emperors at the same time. Chapter 1387. Inside the Tribulation Fire Divine Furnace, Zhou Tong quietly looked at the 2 dark quasi-immortal emperors. At this moment, there were chains completely condensed from flames in the divine furnace that tightly bound the 2 of them, causing them to be unable to move. They didn't even have the right to use their own great Tao laws. In this battle, I captured 2 quasi-immortal emperors. My combat strength can be considered strong among the quasi-immortal emperors, Zhou Tong secretly said in his heart. At the same time, the power of the Tribulation Fire Divine Furnace erupted, directly searching the storage space of the 2 quasi-immortal emperors. After that, the lid of the Tribulation Fire Divine Furnace opened, and the legacies of the 2 quasi-immortal emperors all flew out and were stored in Zhou Tong's 10 Paradise Divine Ring. The legacies of the 2 quasi-immortal emperors were definitely very shocking. The only thing that Zhou Tong felt a little regretful was that one of the quasi-immortal emperors had been shot to death by his immortal phoenix True Life. He was afraid that all the treasures in his body were gone. After all, the flame of the immortal phoenix True Life was too strong. Everything around the quasi-immortal emperor was turned into ashes. I'll talk about the legacies later. I remember that there should be a lot of treasures in the Soul River. Although they are untainted by darkness, with the ability of my immortal phoenix True Life, it shouldn't be too difficult to purify the pollution. Zhou Tong didn't have the time to look at the legacies of the quasi-immortal emperors for the time being. He still had to go to the Soul River to see what treasures there were and see if there were any bigger secrets in the depths of the Soul River. However, just as Zhou Tong took a step forward, all of a sudden, Zhou Tong felt his whole body turn cold, as if an extremely terrifying gaze had fallen on him. That gaze came from an unknown place, and he didn't know who it was, but in just an instant, Zhou Tong felt all the hair on his body stand on end. He felt as if he had fallen into hell, as if he had fallen into an ice river, and his whole body turned cold. Who is it? Has the true immortal emperor appeared? Zhou Tong borrowed the power of the immortal phoenix fate and subconsciously followed the direction of his gaze. Vaguely, he seemed to see a black figure appear in a place far, far away, separated by countless great worlds. His eyes flashed like lightning, as if they had crossed the river of time and the sea of void to fall on Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong only vaguely met that person's gaze, and then his whole body shook violently. Boom! The black shadow seemed to become the only thing in the heavens, the most original great Tao of heaven and earth. Its eyes were like two whirlpools, like a black hole, madly attracting Zhou Tong. Oh! Zhou Tong let out a muffled groan as his 10 heavenly passages divine ring spun slightly, releasing a supreme divine power. He took the opportunity to avert his gaze, not daring to continue looking at Yi Futian. Damn it, immortal emperor, it's definitely an immortal emperor. This kind of qualitative difference, it can't be a quasi-immortal emperor. Zhou Tong cursed in his heart. With just a glance, his whole body was drenched in sweat. Just thinking about it made him feel that the two strange and terrifying eyes unconsciously appeared in the depths of his heart. But soon, divine power bloomed from the 10 heavenly passages' divine ring, and the flames of the immortal phoenix fate entered Zhou Tong's heart, completely burning away the strange eyes and great Tao imprint. Yes, he has already attacked me. This feeling, it seems like he wants to use his own Tao to infect me and pollute me. Zhou Tong understood that this unknown immortal emperor had already attacked him. He wanted to imprint his own Tao imprint in Zhou Tong's heart, and thus become his captive. This was just like the corpse immortal emperor from the chaotic ancient era. Whether it was Emperor Tsang, Emperor Yu, Grand Emperor, or World Annihilation Elder, the main reason why they were unable to break through was because they accepted the dark matter, the scriptures and Tao of the corpse immortal emperor. If I didn't notice it in time, I might have become like World Annihilation Elder in the future. Zhou Tong also felt a bit of lingering fear. The immortal emperor's methods were too strange. Right now, he still hadn't merged with the heavenly horned ant and immortal phoenix fates, so if he relied on himself, it was too easy for him to fall into this trap. When the corpse immortal emperor from the chaotic ancient era was still sleeping, World Annihilation Elder and the others were all affected. Right now, this was a true immortal emperor, directly attacking Zhou Tong, wishing to completely capture him. Right when Zhou Tong used the power of the immortal phoenix fate to expel the power of that unknown immortal emperor, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded by Zhou Tong's ears. This voice was like a meteor, smashing heavily into Zhou Tong's heart, stirring up heaven overflowing waves in the depths of his soul, making Zhou Tong's body sway, a bit unable to endure it. Damn strange, it's still attacking. Zhou Tong cursed inwardly. But soon, he made his move. The power of the immortal phoenix fate and 10 heavenly passages divine ring erupted once again, and Zhou Tong once again stabilized himself. At the same time, the radiance of the 10 heavenly passages completely enveloped Zhou Tong's body, forming a type of omnidirectional protection, preventing him from being affected by that unknown immortal emperor again. Humph, a mere ant actually has such a method? There's someone behind you? I've never seen such a method before. Is it a newly ascended immortal emperor from the heavens? That strange immortal emperor's voice once again transmitted into the Soul River, rippling around Zhou Tong. At the same time, an unparalleled mighty force erupted, causing the entire Soul River to tremble. Frightening Tao runes appeared around all the remaining living beings in the Soul River. Those were the great Tao rules and orders that they had mastered. But now, as the true immortal emperor appeared, everything trembled and resonated with the voice of that immortal emperor, as if wanting to submit and kowtow to that supreme immortal emperor. But this time, Zhou Tong was unaffected. With the 10 heavenly passages divine ring and the immortal phoenix fates, filtering, all the negative forces were filtered out, leaving behind only the ordinary voice. He was not affected at all, and his whole person was still standing quietly in the air above the Soul River. Whoosh! At this time, the entire Soul River was covered by a faint fog again. Countless gray fog covered Zhou Tong's body and the radiance around him. For a moment, he appeared mysterious and unfathomable, as if he had existed since ancient times, forever existing in ancient history. In the eyes of the remaining living beings in the Soul River, Zhou Tong had become a supreme existence that was comparable to a mortal emperor of the immortal realm. At this moment, the silence was also an incomparably terrifying confrontation. Immortal! Immortal Emperor? The faces of the remaining living beings in the Soul River changed drastically. They had already knelt down and trembled when the strange, immortal emperor spoke. Now that they saw Zhou Tong's performance again, they felt like their heads were about to explode. So the one who invaded the Soul River this time was not Daozu, but an immortal emperor of the immortal realm? At this thought, these living beings did not dare to move at all. They even lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhou Tong. Chapter 1388. Above the Soul River. The atmosphere was incomparably heavy. This place was completely silent without the slightest sound. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Tong or that unknown immortal emperor, neither of them continued to speak. For a moment, the entire sky above the Soul River was oppressive. Countless dark creatures kneeling here held their breaths. Some of them even suppressed their heartbeat. They didn't want to make any sound that could affect the balance between Zhou Tong and the unknown immortal emperor. At this moment, the time of the entire Soul River seemed to have stagnated. Everything was still. However, although everything had stopped, Zhou Tong still had some doubts in his heart. Why didn't the immortal emperor make a move? 4 creatures at the level of the immortal emperor, distance was not a problem at all. As long as he wanted to, he could directly attack from hundreds of millions of great worlds. It was not just a few ruthless words from afar. Someone is restraining him. Is it Heavenly Emperor Huang? Almost instantly, this thought appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. Boom! Just as Zhou Tong thought about it, he suddenly sensed that the blurry figure of the immortal emperor, who was standing in the endless distance, suddenly became clear in an instant. Moreover, it erupted with unparalleled energy that could penetrate the ancient and modern times. This energy was too vast. Even his eyes became incomparably terrifying. It was as if it contained the life and death of the universe. It was too deep and resplendent. He shifted his gaze and didn't continue to look at Zhou Tong. Instead, he looked at another unknown place in the void. Zhou Tong could feel from his expression that the immortal emperor seemed to be facing a great enemy. He didn't even have time to care about Zhou Tong on the other side of the Soul River. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came out. Zhou Tong seemed to hear the sound of the heavens collapsing. The unknown immortal emperor made a move. He was incomparably powerful. With a wave of his hand, he broke through a layer of fog. A layer of supreme great Tao ripples spread out to the opposite side. Clang! However, the response was an incomparably stunning sword light. This sword light seemed to be tracing back time. It pierced through the ripples of the great Tao, cut off the long river of time, and rushed directly to the unknown immortal emperor. Boom! In an infinitely distant and unknown place, a terrifying power erupted. Fragments of time danced in the air, and a power that could make the great Tao of heaven and earth tremble violently surged. At the same time, there was a muffled groan. Zhou Tong could hear that the groan came from that unknown immortal emperor. He had been hit by his opponent. An unknown immortal emperor has been struck. It seems like my guess was right. Heavenly Emperor Huang has been restraining them, blocking the spring to prevent them from coming out and wreaking havoc. Zhou Tong understood in his heart that it was impossible for the supreme existences of those strange races, Lu Jinji immortal emperors, to act now. Boom! However, the distant battle wasn't over yet. Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't stop his attack. Instead, he moved again. He brandished the invincible Emperor's sword that was born from his law pool and continued to slash at the unknown immortal Emperor. In an instant, time became chaotic. Time surged. The long river of time was shaking. The myriad worlds were shaking as if they were about to collapse. Everything seemed to no longer exist. This scene was too terrifying. This was also the first time Zhou Tong saw an immortal emperor-level creature fight. That is an immortal emperor-level existence. That is a battle between immortal emperors. Zhou Tong borrowed the mighty power of the 10 heavenly passages' divine ring and the divine ability of the immortal phoenix true fate to look beyond the heavens. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to search for any fortune or treasure in the depths of the Soul River. Instead, he was watching the supreme battle with all his might. His eyes were incomparably deep. He wanted to capture the trajectory of that battle. As long as he could comprehend a trace of immortal emperor-level great Tao runes or divine chains of order, it would be a huge improvement for him. Who knows, his heavenly horned ant true fate and immortal phoenix true fate might even be able to return faster. Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword light pierced through the past and present, tearing apart the heavens, heavily colliding with that unknown immortal emperor. Honglong! A world-shaking collision occurred. The myriad worlds in the heavens trembled. There were even more so countless universes that directly disintegrated. An extremely terrifying great annihilation occurred. At the same time, Zhou Tong vaguely saw a figure. His hair was scattered all over his body, eyes like cold lightning. With a single step, it was as if he crossed the heavens, crossing the long river of time, directly arriving at the future. His true body arrived in front of the immortal emperor and clashed head-on with him. Chong! Sword light covered the heavens, cutting through the heavens above and earth below, cutting through time. The past and present were in chaos, to the extent where even the heavens seemed to be cut apart. This was precisely Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword light. It illuminated the past, present, and future. It was incomparably domineering, incomparably sharp. This was a truly invincible sword. However, Zhou Tong already understood a portion of this sword. It was because his foundation was extremely similar to Heavenly Emperor Huang's, both using secret realm methods to build their foundation. They both comprehended the immortal ancient 3 great sword arts and the imperishable scripture. I see. This is your sword art. It is somewhat similar to my sword art, but it is also somewhat different. Cutting through time, cutting through the void. A supreme sword. The more Zhou Tong watched the battle, the more things he comprehended in his heart. Many questions that he couldn't solve before were answered in Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword. In fact, Zhou Tong even faintly thought of a brand new technique in his heart. He actually created a new set of sword arts according to Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword. Honglong! The battle was still going on. The sword light was sharp and invincible. The mysterious immortal emperor was already injured. His entire body was suppressed by the sword light and he was forced to retreat unceasingly. Drops of blood splattered in the air. Roar! The immortal emperor who was suppressed by the sword light roared madly. The gray fog around him completely dispersed. This time, Zhou Tong truly saw the appearance of this immortal emperor. This was an ape-like creature. Its entire body was covered in strange long hair that covered its entire body. Moreover, he could clearly sense that this was a huge creature. Its aura was even more ferocious and unparalleled. As expected of a strange creature. Just looking at it makes me feel disgusted. Zhou Tong thought to himself. This strange creature was exactly the same as those dark creatures he had killed in the past. There was no beauty to it. It was just filled with endless strangeness and inauspiciousness. Even this immortal emperor-level creature that surpassed time and understanding was the same. It didn't look like a supreme creature at all. Instead, it looked like a wild beast without intelligence. Clang! Finally, Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword light erupted. The heavenly Tao and order all resonated with this sword. Heavenly Emperor Huang slashed out again with supreme divine might. The strange immortal emperor's head was directly cut off. The headless corpse exploded with a boom. Chapter 1389. Young man, although you are very strong, my race is everlasting and indestructible. This is the reason why my race swept through the heavens and wiped out all our enemies. In the end, you will only die. At this moment, a terrifying voice rang out. In the endless distance, another immortal emperor appeared and stood in front of Heavenly Emperor Huang. That's right, my race is everlasting. How can the likes of you overturn it? Another voice rang out as another immortal emperor walked out. Boom! At this moment, bloody light surged wildly and supreme Tao laws spread out. A strange and ominous aura also surged. Immortal emperors were difficult to kill. The immortal emperor who had been beheaded by Heavenly Emperor Huang came back to life and walked out at the same time as the other two. A total of 3 immortal emperors stood in front of Heavenly Emperor Huang. You are indeed very strong, but everything is meaningless. Even if you find this place, you will not be able to escape in the end. In this heavens, our race is the destiny, our race is the fixed number. The revived immortal emperor spoke coldly, without the slightest trace of emotion. Since it's fate and destiny, why bother with a junior from the lower realms? You are afraid. You are not as strong as you say you are. Heavenly Emperor Huang sneered. I am not afraid. I am just doing it in passing. Since I have seen such an existence, why not kill him? A strange immortal emperor bathed in silver light replied. My race is fearless. Even you are only a slightly bigger problem. My race is everlasting. Even if it is you, we will only need to spend a little time. Another immortal emperor exuding black blood energy spoke. Do you really think a mere Daozu from the lower realm can overturn the heavens? Countless great beings have left behind indelible marks in history, but in the end, they are only a flash in the pan. My race, on the other hand, is everlasting and prosperous. The last immortal emperor bathed in golden light spoke. He swept his gaze and looked at Zhou Tong again, then reached out with his hand. Heavenly Emperor Huang moved his hand, wanting to stop it. However, after seeing clearly what it was, he did not continue. He allowed the dark immortal emperor to attack. At this moment, a terrifying power seemed to have transcended time and space and descended near the Soul River. At the same time, a strange brand suddenly appeared. It passed through the protection of the 10 heavenly passages and landed on Zhou Tong's soul and true soul, causing him to shiver. You're just an ant. However, since you've made up your mind to be our enemy, you'll have to face endless despair. The immortal emperor looked at Huang Tiandi again. For them, the current Zhou Tong could only be considered a minor character. The truly terrifying and troublesome one was still this person named Huang in front of them. He was simply too strong. No one in their clan was a match for him. For countless years, they had relied on their special resurrection ability to gain the upper hand. In order to truly kill him, it was unknown how much time it would take to slowly exhaust him to death. And when the strange immortal emperor turned his gaze back to him, Celestial Emperor Huang remained silent. He stepped forward and attacked alone. Rumble! This time, the desolate celestial emperor was even closer to the ancestral land of the dark races. Darkness gradually enveloped the area, concealing everything. No one in the outside world could sense what was happening there, and no one could sense what was happening there. Even Zhou Tong couldn't see or deduce anything from there. Of course, Zhou Tong wasn't in the mood to see or deduce anything from there. He had placed all his attention on the brand on his body. My 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine Ring couldn't stop that brand? My immortal Phoenix True Fate can't break this brand in a short time? Zhou Tong frowned. He could clearly sense that this brand was on his primordial spirit and true soul, but he couldn't understand what the brand's true ability was. My immortal Phoenix True Fate can break it, but it'll take some time. Old immortal emperors do have some special method. They're not something I can compare to. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, before that, let's finish the Soul River first. Let's get the treasures in the Soul River first. Zhou Tong stepped forward and walked deeper into the Soul River. The 2 quasi-immortal emperors had already been kept in the Tribulation Fire Divine Furnace, and the furnace had also been sent to the immortal Phoenix True Fate. It was speeding up time and quickly refining the great Tao and memories of the 2 quasi-immortal emperors. Therefore, Zhou Tong had a rough understanding of the terrain in the depths of the Soul River. He also knew where the so-called treasures were and could take them directly. Rumble! The dark fog in front of him dispersed, revealing the scene in the deepest part of the Soul River. It was a dark abyss that was bottomless. This is the scene in the deepest part of the Soul River? Zhou Tong looked at this special place and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was a dark universe in front of him, a very special kind of dark universe. This dark universe was completely carried by a stone wall. It could be said to be an abyss universe. This was an extremely strange abyss. It was vast and boundless. Countless planets could be seen rotating in the abyss, as well as large patches of lifeless starry seas. Of course, the strangest thing here was the stone wall near this universe. One could clearly see that there were pitch-black holes everywhere on the stone wall. Pitch-black water flowed out from each hole. It was either a stream or a waterfall. They flowed out from the cliff together. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't water, but something similar to water formed by the light of the soul. This was the predecessor of the Soul River. Countless water streams intertwined in the void like waterfalls and streams. Finally, they converged into a river, which was the so-called Soul River. The deepest part of the Soul River. This place is too strange. Zhou Tong stood on the mountain wall and looked down at the entire abyss. Even he felt a strange feeling, as if he was going to fall forever. His body, his mind, and his soul felt like they were going to fall into this abyss and become one with the darkness. They would be silent here forever. This feeling is completely different from the dark matter I've seen in the past. There are many kinds of dark matter. What I encountered before was black blood. However, the dark matter in the Soul River is slightly different from black blood. It mainly pollutes the primordial spirit and soul, not the body. Zhou Tong stood quietly on the abyss in the deepest part of the Soul River, feeling the essence of the dark matter here. After a while, Zhou Tong made his move. He slapped the stone wall with his palm. Chapter 1390. Boom! As Zhou Tong attacked, the Soul River splashed and a huge hole was created in the cliff. One could clearly see that the mountain wall where the Soul River ended was actually empty. Moreover, there were all kinds of holes everywhere in the mountain, like a worm's nest. There were also countless Soul River substances flowing like streams. At the same time, a fragrant medicinal fragrance spread out from the hole in the mountain. The medicinal fragrance of all kinds of miraculous herbs intertwined in the hole. One could vaguely see immortal light shining in it, dazzling and dazzling. Zhou Tong's eyes flickered. Soon, he saw some extremely mysterious divine herbs. They were all mutated species that had gone extinct in the outside world. For example, there were strange lotuses growing on the Soul River substances, a grass that bloomed like the sun, and a fruit tree that was as bright as the stars in the cracked mountain wall. There were small rivers flowing with Soul River substances. There were millions of them. It was these rivers that gathered together to form the Soul River. At the end of each river was a huge hole, and there were densely packed creatures of the Soul River hiding inside. Some of them were monsters made of corpses, and many of them had intelligence. They belonged to the original creatures of the Soul River, and there were even some that looked more normal. When the eyes of many monsters opened and closed, they emitted a terrifying light. This huge hole was like a beehive. However, Zhou Tong was fearless. When he swept his gaze, no matter what monsters they were, they all disappeared. At the same time, he took a step forward and arrived at the holes at the source of the Soul River. His 10 heavenly paradise divine ring opened around him, and a large amount of Soul River substance essence was absorbed into it. After coming to such a place, Zhou Tong naturally wanted to loot it. Not only the most precious soul substances, but also the medicinal fields in the holes, some treasure halls, alchemy rooms, and other places were also visited by Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong felt that there might be some problems with the imprint that the immortal emperor left behind for him. Now that he might not have much time, he had to loot this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, that group of strange creatures would definitely send people out again. The methods of quasi-immortal emperors were very shocking. Using them to pick herbs and search for treasures was incomparably fast. In addition, Zhou Tong himself had searched the souls of the 2 quasi-immortal emperors in the Soul River. He knew very well where the good things were. Moreover, the quasi-immortal emperors in the depths of the Soul River were either killed or suppressed. Even if there were some hidden life forms, no one dared to come out and stop Zhou Tong. Therefore, Zhou Tong looted all the treasures in the depths of the Soul River in just a few moments. The Soul River is indeed the Soul River. Triastria grass, origin fruit. There are even 3 Triastria medicines. There is even a Triastria medicine that is useful for immortal emperors. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sigh. Soul River was too rich. 3 life medicine. This was a stock of medicine that immortal ancient era's heavenly emperor Huang had been thinking about for a long time. It needed at least 3 great eras of the most powerful blood essence before it could mature. As for the 3 lives emperor herb, it required the blood essence of a quasi-immortal emperor to nourish it in order for it to grow. As for the Triastria grass, this was a supreme treasure similar to the immortal god herb. But compared to the immortal god herb, this thing was many times stronger. The immortal god herb could only extend one's life, but the Triastria grass could continuously extend one's life for at least 33 lifetimes. If this grass came to shrouding heaven world, countless people would be shocked. Countless people who achieved the Tao would go crazy. According to the concentration of the immortal substance in shrouding heaven world, a great emperor's lifespan was about 30,000 years. Those with a special constitution could reach 50,000 years. According to this lifespan, living for 33 lifetimes was at least 1,000,000 years. This was comparable to the supreme of ancient chaos era. There was also the origin fruit. It was also a supreme treasure. In addition to these things, there were countless immortal medicines and immortal medicines. Of course, all the medicines here were contaminated with strange and ominous things. But as long as Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix true fate purified them, there would be no side effects. Not just herbs, there's also immortal gold. In the Soul River's treasury, I've already seen 13 types of immortal gold that I didn't recognize before. Once these 13 types of immortal gold are refined into my bell, it won't be far from the primordial gold, which is made up of all immortal materials. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more excited he became. He didn't know how many types of immortal gold there were in the various heavens. but the immortal gold he knew were radiant white gold, darkness immortal gold, phoenix blood red gold, destiny orange gold, Tao calamity gold, immortal tear green gold, feather green gold, eternal blue gold, God mark purple gold, dragon marked black gold, void immortal gold, time immortal gold, Daluo immortal gold, five elements immortal gold, rainbow immortal gold, starry sky immortal gold, heavenly blood immortal gold, mysterious yellow immortal gold, and blazing sun immortal gold. These were 19 types of immortal gold. These 19 types of immortal gold and the 13 types he didn't recognize here made a total of 32 types of immortal gold. How many types of immortal gold are there in the various heavens? With 32 types of immortal gold, Zhou Tong was eager to know the answer to this question. So he directly asked the immortal phoenix True Life to search the souls of the half-immortal emperors. Originally, the common knowledge of immortal gold should be the last thing to be searched. This was because what Zhou Tong needed the most now was the soul river and the secrets behind these strange and ominous things, as well as some of their own understanding of the great Tao. This was what he needed the most. But now, with almost all the immortal gold he had obtained, Zhou Tong was also very curious. What other types of immortal gold were there? How many types of immortal gold were there in the various heavens? Soon, the immortal phoenix True Life found the answer in the two half-immortal emperors' mind. There are a total of 33 types of immortal gold in the various heavens. Now, I'm still missing the reincarnation immortal gold. Zhou Tong quickly understood what he was still missing. At the same time, he also knew many so-called supreme weapons and some secrets about immortal gold. The so-called supreme weapons all had a common symbol, and that was that they themselves could reflect the 33 heavens. In fact, these 33 types of immortal gold also represented the 33 heavens. If someone could collect all 33 types of immortal gold and mix them together, then even a weapon refined by a trash cultivator would have the potential to become a supreme weapon. Reflecting the 33 heavens. When my tyrannical bell was still a king divine weapon, it gave birth to the 33 chaotic worlds. This is also a type of reflection of the 33 heavens. And Chu Feng's diamond chakram in the future also reflects the 33 heavens. So that's how it is. With these symbols, one doesn't need to be perfected in divine metal to become a supreme being. But wouldn't it be better to perfect immortal gold on this foundation? Zhou Tong directly left behind a portion of the 13 types of immortal gold that he didn't have before as seeds, and merged the rest into the warlord bell. Chapter 1391. Clang! Zhou Tong's bell vibrated within the 10 heavenly rings. After refining the other 13 types of immortal metal, the bell merged with heaven and earth and resonated with the great Tao. The bell's mouth was filled with a sea of stars. Auspicious qi soared into the heavens, chaos was like an ocean, and immortal light soared for billions of miles. At a glance, the bell seemed to have transformed into a vast immortal domain of the 33 heavens. There were all kinds of phenomena within, such as true dragons dancing, immortal phoenixes spreading their wings, Kuan Peng striking the sea, golden crows soaring through the sky, but in the blink of an eye, everything was obscured by the Xian Huang Qi, Chaos Qi, and various space-time powers on the bell, causing the place to become hazy and hazy. There was a mysterious rhythm of the great Tao. Just one more type of immortal metal to complete, the reincarnation immortal metal. This is the rarest type of immortal metal in the heavenly planes. According to the two quasi-immortal emperors, there should still be a portion of this type of immortal metal in the ancient underworld. Zhou Tong walked out from the stone wall at the source of the Soul River. Finally, he walked down into the abyss. He continued to descend, wanting to see what was behind the Soul River. That place was most likely the birthplace of the strange phenomenon. It was most likely the source of the strange phenomenon. Dong! Finally, Zhou Tong arrived at the bottom of the abyss. This was a world of deathly stillness. Countless specks of dust floated around him. Upon closer inspection, these specks of dust were all dead world. Countless worlds had collapsed and turned into dust that fell into the abyss. As for the so-called soul matter, it was actually formed from the bits and pieces extracted from these dead worlds. Soul matter. I more or less understand what this thing is. This thing is a part of the world stone. Zhou Tong suddenly understood the truth of the so-called soul matter. The world stone he spoke of wasn't a remnant of a small world created by an ancient sage or human Tao sovereign. It was a world stone left behind after a large world perished. This kind of world stone contained the howls, unwillingness, anger, sorrow, and many other negative emotions of all living beings that had died with the world. Thus, when many cultivators refined treasures with world stones, they had to face the impact of the countless gods and devils within the world stone. The so-called soul matter was actually similar to the god-devil impact in the world stone. It was something extracted from the souls and negative emotions of all living beings after the world died. Cruel. Zhou Tong sighed softly in his heart. Then, he looked at the end point not far away. It was chaos there. Boom! Zhou Tong punched out, penetrating the chaos and revealing the scene behind the chaos. Behind the primordial chaos was an endless void. There was no past or future, as if it was a place that transcended the heavens and the heavens. Moreover, that place was incomparably blurry. That's... Suddenly, Zhou Tong's eyes narrowed as he looked towards an unknown direction. He could sense a familiar aura, as well as a terrifying and boundless pressure. He could also vaguely make out a familiar figure, Heavenly Emperor Huang. So that's how it is. So there really is a strange origin and headquarters behind this place. Zhou Tong realized that Heavenly Emperor Huang had been fighting there. However, did Celestial Emperor Huang pass through the Soul River or some other place? Zhou Tong was rather confused, but before he could ponder any further, suddenly, buzz! The imprint that the immortal emperor gave him suddenly lit up, and an extremely cold aura spread from the imprint to his entire body. Zhou Tong could vaguely sense a pair of eyes looking at him. That immortal emperor again? He's discovered that I've come to the end of the Soul River and is watching me? Zhou Tong felt a great pressure weighing down on him. In particular, that cold aura felt like it was about to freeze his entire body. Boom! But soon, the immortal phoenix true life within his 10 heavenly paradise divine rings shot out a beam of crimson light. A warm aura quickly dispelled the cold, and he returned to normal. This is troublesome. It's very likely that the immortal emperor is targeting me with this brand. I don't know when he'll do it. It's even possible that this brand is a lighthouse that points the way for other strange races. Zhou Tong had a rough idea of the use of this brand. Naturally, this brand couldn't do anything to him because it didn't have any killing power. But what was terrifying about it was its ability to target and mark. In fact, it also meant that the strange immortal emperor had set his sights on Zhou Tong and wouldn't allow him to continue being free. It was similar to a wanted poster. Arrest warrant. Arrest warrant for me? Haha, without an immortal emperor, it's hard to say who will kill who. Even if a real immortal emperor comes, he might not be able to do anything to me. Zhou Tong took one last look at the unknown void and then turned around to return along the path he had come from. Although he wasn't afraid of an immortal emperor, he hadn't fully developed yet. It wouldn't be good to rashly fight an immortal emperor. Moreover, Zhou Tong couldn't cross the path in front of him by himself. He had to be guided by the opposite side, or become a real immortal emperor. Soon, Zhou Tong went up the abyss and returned to the Soul River. Zhou Tong walked on the Soul River. Suddenly, he glanced around and looked at a direction not far away. He saw that a road had appeared there silently. Zhou Tong was sure that when he came here, there wasn't this road. This road seemed to pass through time and space and appeared at the Soul River. This road was empty, dark, and dead. There was a faint smell of rotting corpses and endless smell of blood. That was the smell of death. But at the same time, there was a strange smell in this road. It seemed to be a little different from death. It was ancient, vast, and had a feeling of karma. This smell almost made Zhou Tong look at his reincarnation mirror subconsciously. This feeling, could it be the reincarnation road? Zhou Tong thought subconsciously. This road was very likely the reincarnation road of the ancient underworld. Buzz! At this moment, there was a tremor in another direction not far away. The space there was hazy, and a strange passage appeared. It could even be vaguely seen that this road was connected to a blurry sinkhole. The Celestial Emperor's burial pit. There's no mistake, that's the Celestial Emperor's burial pit. Looking at the blurry sinkhole, Zhou Tong understood everything. This road must be connected to the Celestial Emperor's burial pit. He had fought with the monsters in the Celestial Emperor's burial pit before, so he was very clear about the aura of the Celestial Emperor's burial pit. The monsters in the Celestial Emperor's burial pit and the ancient underworld have also come out. They're looking for me, but it's good that they've come. I need to complete the last type of immortal metal. Chapter 1392. Rumble. The reincarnation road shone, the path rumbling. A terrifying figure appeared on the path. This person had a head of brilliant golden hair, a tall and sturdy figure. From his body, one couldn't see the slightest bit of strange and ominous aura at all. Instead, there was an incomparably divine aura. The moment he appeared, there were heavenly imprints surrounding him. The terrifying aura suppressed the world until it trembled. A quasi-immortal emperor suddenly descended from the reincarnation road just like that. This was a quasi-immortal emperor from the underworld. After the passageway between the underworld and the Soul River was opened, he was the first to descend. Zhou Tong's expression was solemn. This quasi-immortal emperor was different from the 3 quasi-immortal emperors of the Soul River that he killed previously. This quasi-immortal emperor, regardless of whether it was his aura or great Tao, far surpassed those quasi-immortal emperors from before. If the previous 3 quasi-immortal emperors were like Emperor Tsang, Emperor Yu, and Grand Emperor who had just entered the quasi-immortal emperor realm, then this quasi-immortal emperor was the kind who could compare to World Annihilation Elder. After experiencing a transformation of the great Tao, he was already advancing towards the true immortal emperor realm. Have the fellow Taoists of the Soul River all been killed? This quasi-immortal emperor spoke, his voice rumbling like the sound of the great Tao, breaking through the heavens, shaking the endless years, as if it was transmitted from the long river of time billions of years ago. The Soul River is completely dead? The Soul River was wiped out so quickly. Seems like the invader this time can't be underestimated. Right at this time, on the other side, from the path that came from the Heaven Emperor burial pit, a terrifying voice also sounded. That voice was too terrifying. The natural fluctuations were enough to make the starry sea of the universe collapse. That voice seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, carrying a destructive aura, shaking the heavens. Accompanied by the world-destroying voice, another living being appeared. A living being with a pair of bull horns on his head and a pair of silver wings on his back walked out from the Heaven Emperor burial pit. It was as if he was walking on the river of time. A wave of terrifying emperor aura erupted, and there was even a type of divine rain of light. It made him seem holy and powerful, as if he was flawless. There was no longer a trace of strange or ominous aura. This scene, even Zhou Tong was a little stunned. This was another existence who had taken a step into the half-immortal emperor realm. He wasn't any weaker than the person who had descended from the underworld. Most importantly, the two of them did not have any strange or ominous auras. Instead, they gave off a feeling of holiness, as if they were the most beautiful and sacred creatures in the world. Another monster has been born in the all heavens. He swept through the Soul River in such a short time. Even if the Soul River is the weakest among us, it shouldn't be this weak. No wonder the supreme existence of my clan had no choice but to mark you. If a cultivator like you were to take another step forward, it would be troublesome. Soon after, a third figure appeared. He also walked out from the ancient underworld. However, this person no longer had that sacred feeling. Instead, his entire body was covered in rainbow-colored hair. He looked extremely strange. However, although it was strange, the aura on his body was not weaker than the previous two people, especially when he spoke with confidence. He was confident that even if Zhou Tong took another step forward and reached the so-called immortal emperor, it would only be troublesome for them. This was confidence in themselves and also confidence in their race. It is indeed troublesome. If there is another person like Huang, it will be a little troublesome. It won't be easy to deal with them. Soon, a fourth figure appeared in the burial pit of heaven and earth. It was a 3-headed and 6-armed monster. Every head was like a ghost. The moment he appeared, he released a terrifying killing intent. 3 pairs of scarlet eyes stared at Zhou Tong and said, "I didn't expect that the Soul River would encounter such a thing when I just went out for a walk." This monster actually belonged to the Soul River. It just went to the Celestial Emperor burial pit for a walk. Seeing this person, Zhou Tong also came to a realization. No wonder the Soul River was so weak. There were only 3 half-immortal emperors who had just entered this realm guarding it. It turned out that the people of the Soul River had gone to other places. This existence who was close to the immortal emperor realm had gone to the Celestial Emperor burial pit. This is troublesome. 4 of them have already appeared, and there are still more who are hurrying over. Zhou Tong's eyes flitted past these 4 figures, and then he looked towards the 2 paths behind them. Endless killing intent erupted from behind those 2 paths. During this time, one could even see streaks of black figures walking out from the depths of those places. They were all half-immortal emperors. Looking at those figures, there were at least 8 half-immortal emperors. These 8 half-immortal emperors, together with the 4 in front, made a total of 12. 12 half-immortal emperors working together, even the weakest of them, the 12 half-immortal emperors who had just entered this realm, were enough to kill a peak half-immortal emperor, let alone the fact that there were at least 4 half-immortal emperors like World Eradication Elder, who could attack the immortal emperor realm. We can't wait any longer. Zhou Tong took action. Hong. He directly raised his hand. A giant palm imprint directly pressed down on the golden-haired half-immortal emperor at the very front. The palm imprint was massive, vast and boundless, even more so carrying a type of domineering feeling. Impudent! The golden-haired half-immortal emperor roared. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Great Tao runes bloomed around him one after another, like the eruption of suns. During this time, it was as if he could see the birth and death of the universe, the changes of the world, and the decline of primal chaos. The sun-like great Tao runes were surrounded by the long river of time. They were boundlessly terrifying as they faced Zhou Tong. Boom! The ox-horned silver wing half-immortal emperor also made his move. His blood-colored hair draped over his shoulders as he stepped on the long river of time and soared through the air. A huge fist imprint smashed down with a loud bang. The pressure was enough to make the heavens tremble and all living things tremble in fear. Clang! Zhou Tong's overlord bell also flew out at the same time. As the bell vibrated, all kinds of runes turned into ripples that spread out. The entire bell was shining. The ripples became larger and larger, and in the end, it was as if they had turned into a tsunami that swept through the heavens. Clang! At the same time, the 7-colored half-immortal emperor also made his move. His entire body emitted a strange aura. At the same time, he took out a 7-colored divine saber in his hand. Wrapped in a demonic seven-colored demonic light, he slashed down at Zhou Tong. Buzz! The fourth half-immortal emperor from the Soul River also made his move. 6 sabers and swords appeared on his 6 arms at the same time. Then, 6 dazzling saber lights and sword shadows attacked at the same time. At this level, any sword light or saber light was enough to destroy a great world, let alone this person who attacked with 6 of them at the same time. The power was unimaginable. Boom! The Soul River exploded. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Many array formations and restrictions turned into nothingness because of the violent collision. There was also endless chaos surging wildly. The entire sky above the Soul River seemed to have returned to the era when the world was created. This was a continuous collision. Even Zhou Tong was a little uncomfortable. His body staggered a little. After colliding with 4 experts of the same level consecutively, he couldn't defeat them in an instant. The 4 half-immortal emperors on the opposite side also retreated a distance at the same time. They looked at Zhou Tong with some shock. This opponent, fighting 1 against 4, actually didn't fall into a disadvantage in a short period of time. Chapter 1393. He is actually fighting against the 4 of us at the same time and is not at a disadvantage? The 3-headed, 6-armed quasi-immortal emperor looked at Zhou Tong in shock. There was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. This kind of battle prowess was a little too strong. He was sure that this opponent was not an immortal emperor, but why did he have such battle prowess? Even those quasi-immortal emperors who had half of their bodies stepped into the immortal emperor realm were probably not as strong as him. Fighting against 4 people at the same time was different from fighting against 1 person with all his strength. For a cultivator of the same level to fight against 4 people at the same time, it meant that the other party either had to pay attention to one thing and lose sight of the other, or their strength was spread out. But no matter what the situation was, it was impossible for such a situation to occur. Unless the potential contained in the other party's body was dozens of times more than their group. Impossible, it's impossible for such a cultivator to exist. The golden-haired quasi-immortal emperor was furious and attacked again. Boom! Endless golden light condensed into a vast divine fire. In the end, it turned into countless beams of light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Each beam of light was enough to penetrate countless great worlds. In the end, the countless beams of light all gathered at one point and shot toward Zhou Tong. At this moment, the River of Souls was on the verge of exploding. Even the dark abyss behind Zhou Tong became the most dazzling place. Flames soared into the sky, turning the entire world into a sea of primal chaos flames. This scene was too terrifying enough to destroy the world. All kinds of strange phenomena were earth-shattering. Each beam of light and each flame was enough to burn the void, evaporate the time, and destroy endless vitality. The other quasi-immortal emperors were not to be outdone. They all attacked. The 4 quasi-immortal emperors attacked at the same time again. They were bound to completely destroy Zhou Tong in a short time. At the same time, far away, the immortal emperor who left the imprint on Zhou Tong suddenly turned his head to look at Zhou Tong. He activated his imprint again, and the cold aura skyrocketed. However, the immortal phoenix true life also moved slightly. Another beam of red light flew into Zhou Tong's body, directly suppressing all the abnormalities of the imprint. With an immortal emperor as a support, the combat strength of the strange race is really at ease. Zhou Tong cursed in his heart. However, he wasn't going to reveal his immortal phoenix true fate now because he was being watched by the strange immortal emperor at all times. Once he revealed his immortal phoenix true fate, the strange race would probably send a real immortal emperor to deal with him. Right now, he was only a half-immortal emperor. His comprehension of this realm was not enough. If he rashly faced an immortal emperor, there would be no benefits. If he wanted the immortal phoenix true fate to appear, he first had to get rid of that strange brand. Secondly, Zhou Tong also had to obtain enough experience and comprehension in battle to truly make up for his battle prowess at the level of a celestial emperor. Heavenly Emperor Huang had also been in seclusion for over 1,000,000 years after becoming a quasi-immortal emperor. Zhou Tong did not have such time, so he had to further increase his battle strength in the most difficult battle. "Fight!" Zhou Tong shouted coldly. Immortal light soared into the sky from his body. The war god had descended. The tyrant bell above his head rumbled. The 1,000-pound rod in his hand was even more domineering and directly smashed forward. In the dazzling light, Zhou Tong's rod blasted back the three-headed, six-armed half-immortal emperor. The tyrant bell blasted away the sea of fire attack of the golden-haired half-immortal emperor. At the same time, his palm collided with the pair of silver wings of the half-immortal emperor with bull horns and silver wings. In the end, the attack of the half-immortal emperor with seven-colored hair was completely blocked by the light released by the 10 heavens divine ring. Zhou Tong's battle prowess was unparalleled. He was not at a disadvantage at all when fighting 1 against 4. The main reason was that his 10 heavens divine ring was too strong. The origin of this world was completely stronger than the heavens. Therefore, he could use his most powerful strength in every attack. There was no situation where the power was scattered. Clang! However, at this moment, a long sword suddenly pierced through his calf, dripping with blood. On the other side of the heavenly emperor burial pit, another half-immortal emperor wearing black armor and holding a black divine sword appeared. This was already the 5th half-immortal emperor besieging Zhou Tong. Just now, it was this newcomer who pierced through Zhou Tong's calf with a single strike. One of Zhou Tong's calf instantly exploded. Blood splashed across the Soul River. The endless yellow sand by the riverside sank. The power of this sword was unparalleled. Although his 10 heavens divine ring had boundless divine might, its power was restrained after all. If it was used as a defense, it was not a problem to defend against a half-immortal emperor. However, it would be difficult if another one came. However, after paying the price of a calf, Zhou Tong suddenly turned around. The 1,000-caddy rod in his hand swept out horizontally, colliding with the half-immortal emperor in black armor and sword. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The void between the two shook violently. The long river of time appeared, both ancient and modern. It was as if the power of primordial chaos was boiling. A battle of this level was really too terrifying. Even the Soul River was pierced through. Countless experts in the heavens seemed to see a beam of resplendent light. And taking advantage of this opportunity, his body shook slightly. Countless scattered flesh and blood returned one after another, forming a calf once again. The half-immortal emperor's recovery ability was extremely strong. This kind of injury could be healed almost instantly. Die! With this kind of combat strength, you can't be left alive. Kill. Humph! Back then, we ourselves encountered some trouble, so a Huang appeared in the heavens. But now, since we have already awakened, we definitely won't allow a second one to appear in the heavens. The other half-immortal emperors roared, their voices shaking the Soul River. All of the half-immortal emperors were desperately releasing endless destructive power, attacking Zhou Tong together. For a time, the aura of the entire Soul River became more and more terrifying. Endless resplendent light completely illuminated the entire Soul River. During this time, one could even see the terrifying scene of bloody light tearing through the void and sword cutting through time. Pooh! The 5 half-immortal emperors joined forces. Zhou Tong immediately suffered heavy injuries. Although he used all kinds of methods, he was still no match for the 5 half-immortal emperors. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Any one of the half-immortal emperors was enough to massacre the heavens. Now that the 5 of them joined forces, it was even more terrifying. Under the immortal emperor realm, It was an absolutely invincible lineup. This also reflected the strange race's determination to kill Zhou Tong. Although the strange race was incomparably confident, the existence of Heavenly Emperor Huang still caused them countless troubles. They didn't want a second existence similar to Heavenly Emperor Huang to appear in the heavens. Clang! At this moment, a blood-red halberd hacked down from the void, emitting a violent buzzing sound. Endless ripples of the great Tao resonated and attacked Zhou Tong together. Zhou Tong was shocked. Almost instinctively, he moved to the side and avoided the attack. The sixth half-immortal emperor also appeared. What a strong fighting instinct! I didn't expect that after the six of us joined forces for so long, we still couldn't completely suppress you. At this moment, the seventh voice sounded in the void. The seventh half-immortal emperor also appeared. It was also a ghost-like thing with long hair all over its body. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Chapter 1394. Facing seven quasi-immortal emperors, Zhou Tong's expression didn't change. This was the path he had set for himself to comprehend the Tao through battle. Buzz! With a tremor, the light in the entire Soul River was extinguished. The endless light turned into the most original essence Qi and rushed towards Zhou Tong. Impudent! In front of us, how can you heal your injuries? A quasi-immortal emperor made a move, wanting to cut off the original essence Qi on the spot. Boom! The golden-haired quasi-immortal emperor also made a move again. A large hand mercilessly enveloped a large area of heaven and earth, further blocking the essence Qi from entering Zhou Tong's body. They wanted to exhaust Zhou Tong to death here. Without a doubt, this was a fatal blow. They also realized that Zhou Tong's battle instincts were shockingly powerful. In a short period of time, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat this opponent even if they joined forces. They had to attack from all directions and completely cut off the possibility of him recovering. Boom! Facing these quasi-immortal emperors, Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't allow them to seal him. The 1,000-pound rod swept out and the tyrant bell rumbled. He also used all his strength to resist. Amidst the boundless immortal light, amidst the rumbling of the bell, amidst the terrifying halberd, amidst the boiling strange matter, Zhou Tong and all the strange and unknown quasi-immortal emperors were fighting a great battle and killing each other. At the end of the battle, he had only absorbed about 20% of the essence Qi that filled the sky. As for the remaining 80%, it was either absorbed by the other party in advance or dissipated in the Soul River. However, Zhou Tong also paid the price in blood. There were a few more bloody holes on his body, and there were also a few deep saber wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen. There were also terrifying palm prints and fist holes that penetrated his body. His injuries were extremely shocking. These were injuries left behind by quasi-immortal emperors. It was only by paying such a price that Zhou Tong was able to absorb and refine 20% of the essence Qi. Zhou Tong was surrounded by these quasi-immortal emperors. As he fought, he recovered his injured body, allowing his flesh and blood to recover. But even so, the quasi-immortal emperor's laws and rules were still entangled around him. Buzz! Zhou Tong's body suddenly erupted with a rumble. Boundless divine fire bloomed, shaking the heavens. The expressions of the group of half-immortal emperors changed again. Why did this terrifying recovery ability seem even more terrifying than before? What kind of divine spell was this? Blazing flames danced in the air as the wounds all over Zhou Tong's body healed at a frightening speed. Cries of phoenixes rang out from his body as if there was a phoenix in his body, helping him undergo a nirvanic rebirth. This was the Tao of the immortal phoenix true fate. Although Zhou Tong had already mastered all the ultimate Taos brought back by the immortal phoenix life, these ultimate Taos were not his own Taos. Most importantly, he had only comprehended these Taos once and had not truly integrated them with his original Taos. Now, he could make use of this war to quickly digest these things. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong had already recovered. But in the end, the Tao of the immortal phoenix had not been integrated perfectly. It was still lacking a little. After he recovered, he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. Looks like it's a forbidden technique. He can't hold on for much longer. At this time, a brand new half-immortal emperor appeared. She wore a purple battle dress and held a 9-colored divine gold divine sword in her hand. Kill! A clear, murderous voice bloomed. This new half-immortal emperor also brandished her sword at Zhou Tong at the same time. That sharp sword intent cut through the heavens and shattered the sky. All things withered. Nothing could stop that supreme sword edge. In the instant that Zhou Tong opened his mouth and spat out blood, she launched the most violent attack. The sword edge was sharp and piercing, cutting through eternity. Even the river of time seemed to be trampled under her feet. Zhou Tong did not block this sword. The sword edge directly pierced into Zhou Tong's body. Pooh! However, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong's palm shone. His left hand bloomed with dazzling purple light. He directly grabbed the female half-immortal emperor's head and then pulled forcefully. Ah! This half-immortal emperor roared madly. Her head was actually forcibly pulled out by Zhou Tong. Blood soared into the sky, directly flying for millions and millions of miles. Each drop of emperor blood was enough to destroy the heavens. Then, Zhou Tong's right hand brandished the staff, smashing this half-immortal emperor's body into pieces. Facing this kind of encirclement, Zhou Tong finally also used a method of mutual destruction. Bang! However, the other side was not fighting one-on-one with Zhou Tong. There were other half-immortal emperors who made their move. A half-immortal emperor used the beast claw in his hand to directly pierce through Zhou Tong's chest, causing his hand to go limp. That half-immortal emperor's head even flew out. Roar! With a furious roar, Zhou Tong broke the beast claw. Then, flames once again ignited in his body. Those hideous and terrifying injuries rapidly recovered in an extremely short period of time. However, this time, he learned the lesson of the previous recovery. He slightly adjusted the secret technique, causing the backlash to be much smaller than before. Seeing this, the strange half-immortal emperor was even more shocked. Damn it, that kind of recovery secret technique is actually not a forbidden technique, but a new technique that he created. Arrogant. He actually dares to use an incomplete secret technique when facing so many of us. Attack together, don't give him any chance. This person's combat strength is strange. He actually improved in battle. The strange half-immortal emperor was furious. The other party did not put them in his eyes at all. When facing so many opponents, he actually dared to comprehend the Tao through battle. Kill! At this moment, the strange race had already noticed that Zhou Tong was even more strange than them. They had no choice now, they could only fight with all their strength. Behind them, the other half-immortal emperors in the passage also came out at the same time. Including the one who attacked previously, there were a total of 12 half-immortal emperors. Roar! Zhou Tong seemed to have gone mad. He roared towards the sky, raising his strength to the limit. He was like a demon king, crazily taking action. Countless secret techniques and secret methods were released from his hands. Regardless of whether it was the secret methods he created before, or the secret methods and moves from other worlds that he brought back after his heavenly horned ant and immortal phoenix true fate returned, he still couldn't completely master them. Everything poured out like raindrops, crazily erupting towards those 12 half-immortal emperors. Among them, there were some secret methods that displayed miraculous effects, instantly forcing them back, even injuring one or two half-immortal emperors. However, there were some secret methods that weren't perfect enough, instantly destroyed by the other side. It was to the extent where there were some of the most terrifying things, which was the backlash of secret method. Each time there was a backlash, It was also when Zhou Tong was in the most danger, about to face the crazy attacks of that group of half-immortal emperors. However, true battle was also the best opportunity to clearly see the strengths and weaknesses of a secret method. Advance in battle. Chapter 1395. In the Soul River, with the battle reaching this level, both sides had already gone crazy. Zhou Tong had long lost all thoughts, only fighting in his mind, continuously advancing, wiping out these 12 half-immortal emperors, his battle intent soaring into the heavens. Meanwhile, the 12 half-immortal emperors on the strange side weren't willing to see another existence similar to Heavenly Emperor Huang appear in the heavens, their eyes long becoming scarlet red, killing intent rushing into the heavens. 13 figures tangled together, even more intense and terrifying than the great battle before. Dang! The tyrant bell turned into a streak of flowing light, smashing into a monster covered in red fur. In that instant, the entire red-furred monster exploded, black blood overflowing into the heavens, extending for millions and millions of li. The Soul River's formations and restrictions collapsed a step further. Ow-ho! That red-furred monster roared crazily. Being beaten to this state by the other side's bell was an unimaginable humiliation for him. He roared out, struggling, his tattered body still having life force, continuously gathering towards a point in the void, frantically regenerating, and then joining the great battle again. That ox-horned silver-winged half-immortal emperor's silver wings were like 2 heavenly blades, taking advantage of this opportunity to heavily hack down on Zhou Tong's body. All types of great Tao symbols, all types of Tao patterns were displayed to the peak by him. Pooh, 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 bloody light flickered. Zhou Tong was hacked until his entire body was covered in blood, his body in tatters, blood and bone flying out together. Kill! Zhou Tong couldn't worry about anything else right now. With a murderous shout, his sword fingers continuously pointed out, instantly displaying the ultimate move that merged 3 great sword arts. His heavenly horned ant True Fate had previously used the destruction sword Tao to reproduce the 3 great sword arts in Coiling Dragon World. At the same time, his 9-leaf sword Grass True Fate had also spent countless years in Immortal Ancient and Chaotic Ancient to derive this sword Tao. Together with the eternal ultimate sword Tao, he brought back from the immortal phoenix True Fate. Merging the 3 essences, using his own half-immortal emperor cultivation to reproduce it, sword energy immediately rushed into the heavens, divine might immeasurable. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Blood blossomed, instantly forcing back the 3 half-immortal emperors closest to him. Hong Long. Meanwhile, while the surroundings were empty, the flames in his body burned once more, absorbing the nearby heaven and earth essence energy with a terrifying speed to heal his injuries. His injuries from before were slowly healing. As he advanced through the battle, his recovery technique became more and more perfect, more and more powerful, almost surpassing the level of a half-immortal emperor. Roar! The quasi-immortal emperors who were forced to retreat were furious. Since ancient times they had fought countless battles. Unless they were facing Lu Jin-level immortal emperors, when had they ever suffered such a great loss? Even though the 3 of them had joined forces, their bodies were still instantly split apart by the other party's sword. Were they forced to retreat? These quasi-immortal emperors were enraged. They looked at Zhou Tong, who was gradually recovering, and roared, "Seal the heavens?" In an instant, the sound of thunder rumbled. Endless runes of the great Tao began to seal off the void, locking in all the essence of heaven and earth in the outside world, not leaving a single gap for Zhou Tong to absorb. Fight! The heaven and earth essence qi in the outside world was weakened to the extreme, and Zhou Tong didn't have time to heal his injuries. He dragged his injured body and fought against those half-immortal emperors. He roared and swung the 1,000-caddy rod in his hand, knocking away the halberd that was slashing towards him. For a moment, sparks flew in all directions. However, a surge of saber light cut through the chaos and collided with Zhou Tong's thousand-caddy rod. Clang! The saber and rod collided, causing the world to rumble unceasingly. After that, his other arm suddenly trembled, breaking through the void and time, slashing at the neck of a half-immortal emperor who was close to him. Pooh! A head flew out, bringing with it a large amount of blood. Zhou Tong used the tyrant bell and thousand-caddy rod to open a path, rushing over, further suppressing this head. In an instant, this place was filled with fiery light. Zhou Tong once again used a secret art of the immortal phoenix True Fate, using 10,000 flames to refine this half-immortal emperor, wanting to completely refine his body and primordial spirit. Ah! That suppressed half-immortal emperor roared in pain. Although half-immortal emperors were hard to kill, Zhou Tong's flames were no small matter. It was enough to refine their primordial spirit. It was just that right now, this secret art hadn't been perfectly integrated into his own great Tao, so its power was temporarily insufficient. You can't kill us. The momentum is with me. That suppressed half-immortal emperor roared. His eyes flashed with a fierce light, filled with cold, killing intent. This person is getting stronger the more he fights. He is no small matter. Everyone, don't hide anymore. We have to fight with our lives on the line. A half-immortal emperor spoke. At the same time, his body began to burn. Terrifying great Tao divine power burned, distorting everything. That's right. We can't give him any chance to become stronger. Attack together and kill him. The body of another half-immortal emperor also burned. On the side of the strange races, they had never been afraid of risking their lives or destroying indiscriminately. Because they had trump cards. Even if they died, they could revive. This was the most powerful aspect of the strange races. Roar! The most terrifying situation finally arrived. All the half-immortal emperors began to burn their lives and divine souls. They wanted to erupt with the most resplendent combat strength in a short period of time, not giving Zhou Tong any time. They wanted to kill him forcefully. Junior, to be able to fight with us to such an extent, you are truly amazing. But this time, you won't be able to escape this calamity. One half-immortal emperor after another spoke at the same time. Their bodies were covered in blood as they charged over together. Half-immortal emperors were difficult to kill. Even though they had already been severely injured by Zhou Tong in the previous battle, they still couldn't be killed. Moreover, they had no choice but to risk their lives. They could already see that the other party seemed to have developed a cremation method against half-immortal emperors in a short period of time. If this continued and the other party attacked them one by one, they might be in danger. In fact, they also felt that it was a little inconceivable. This method of cremating Daozu was something that even a true immortal emperor might not have grasped. Now, it was actually comprehended by a junior? Zhou Tong's eyes were cold. He was still holding the half-immortal emperor's head in his palm, refining it with 10,000 flames. In the process of refining, he also further grasped this method of refining 10,000 flames. The flames became stronger and stronger, and he became more and more experienced in resisting the flames. He knew how to deal with it. However, when he saw the remaining half-immortal emperors burning their lives and divine souls, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Refine. Zhou Tong suddenly poured all the 10,000 flames into the half-immortal emperor's head. Then, he threw it at the group of half-immortal emperors. He suddenly activated the flames, causing this place to instantly explode. He used the 10,000 flames as a guide and refined it into the half-immortal emperor's head and primordial spirit, turning it into a bomb that exploded with a loud bang. This was an unimaginable chaotic explosion. The other 11 half-immortal emperors all used their most powerful methods to resist. Ah! The half-immortal emperor who was treated as a bomb roared. His primordial spirit shattered inch by inch, burned by the flames, and dissipated in the void bit by bit. In the end, only a wisp of remnant soul was left behind and hurriedly fled. He no longer had any combat strength. It was impossible for him to recover from such an injury without millions of years. A wisp of remnant soul can still escape. It seems that there are still some problems with my technique and secret technique. Zhou Tong looked at the half-immortal emperor who escaped in his heart. He felt that it was a pity that he couldn't kill him completely. Chapter 1396. Zhou Tong's last attack was comparable to the self-destruction of a quasi-immortal emperor, causing the remaining 11 quasi-immortal emperors to not dare to step forward for a short period of time. This also gave Zhou Tong a chance to catch his breath. He immediately used a secret technique, rising from the ashes. After the previous battle and improvement, his technique was much more perfect than before. The exploding 10,000 flames and the essence energy produced by the explosion of the quasi-immortal emperor all turned into flames and merged into Zhou Tong's body, causing his somewhat exhausted divine power to be quickly replenished, causing his originally riddled body to rapidly recover. Damn it, this guy has recovered! I've never seen such a difficult Daozu. Even the heavens have never seen such a Daozu. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to keep him here. The other quasi-immortal emperors finally charged over again. This time, all the quasi-immortal emperors didn't hold back at all. Their ferocious eyes and furious expressions all showed their determination to kill. All of the quasi-immortal emperors were exchanging injuries for lives, or even life for life. They didn't hesitate to be beaten up by Zhou Tong, and their divine souls were torn apart. They also wanted to tear off a piece of flesh from Zhou Tong's body and exhaust his divine power. This is troublesome. There won't be such a chance in the future. My method of burning Daozu might have scared them. Zhou Tong could also see clearly that these quasi-immortal emperors were all fighting with their lives on the line. They risked being attacked by him to expand the results of the battle. The battle became more and more intense. The entire Soul River collapsed. All the quasi-immortal emperors' formations exploded, no longer able to protect this special place. It could be foreseen that after this battle, the Soul River would probably no longer exist. In the future, there would no longer be a place like the Soul River. Soon, the group of people fought their way out of the Soul River and arrived at the void outside the heavens. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's expression changed slightly. Because this time, the other party's method of attack was very strange. When they took action, there were 3 half-immortal emperors who actually didn't hesitate to be hit, not hesitating to be ignited by their own 10,000 flames, directly reaching out to grab Zhou Tong. After that, their bodies burned, releasing the most terrifying aura. Oh no, they're going to self-destruct. Damn it, they don't want to live anymore? The strange races are actually so united? Zhou Tong's expression was ugly. Under such circumstances, even his tyrant bell was unable to withstand the pressure. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. If it was said that they had exchanged injuries for lives, then it was still understandable. After all, the more he fought, the more powerful he became. If they continued to fight, then the dozen of them would all be killed by him. But now, what the hell was self-detonation? Did they want to die? Zhou Tong felt that something was amiss. The other party was simply crazy. In the end, the 3 half-immortal emperors who were hugging Zhou Tong exploded at the same time. Terrifying power and great Tao wrapped around Zhou Tong, wanting to drag him to destruction, to the end. Ah! The self-detonation of half-immortal emperors, even if Zhou Tong had the protection of the Tyrant Bell and the 10 Heavens Divine Ring, he couldn't withstand it. Terrifying light blotted out the sky and covered the earth, all of them rushing towards Zhou Tong. It even imprisoned the surrounding void and time, making it difficult for him to escape from the terrifying sea of light immediately. The other 8 half-immortal emperors retreated at the same time. However, they didn't completely relax, because they knew that the opponent this time was incomparably difficult to deal with. The self-detonation of 3 half-immortal emperors might not be able to completely kill him. They had to be prepared to deal the finishing blow at any time. Moreover, in the previous battle, they had also noticed that this opponent's recovery ability far surpassed theirs. As long as they weren't careful, the other party might directly recover from his last breath. As long as the light dissipated slightly, they would immediately rush in. In order to kill this opponent, they didn't hesitate to pay any price and fought with self-detonation. Buzz! Finally, the light dimmed a little. The expressions of the remaining 8 half-immortal emperors changed at the same time, because they had already noticed Zhou Tong's state. This opponent had indeed suffered an unprecedented injury. His physical body was tattered, and his primordial spirit had also suffered the most terrifying injury. Even his bell was damaged, and 3 holes could be clearly seen. However, he still had the strength to counterattack, and even the strength to recover. He's seriously injured. We can't give him any time or chance to recover. Kill him now. Damn it, this time we can't let him use any tricks. It's time to die. The remaining 8 half-immortal emperors roared at the same time. They ignored the remaining impact of the light and the serious injuries their bodies had suffered from the aftermath of the self-detonation of the half-immortal emperors. They crazily charged towards Zhou Tong. Terrifying killing intent lingered in the surroundings, and the 8 half-immortal emperors burned their lives and souls to launch a terrifying attack. Zhou Tong, who was now completely injured, naturally couldn't block such an attack anymore. Rumble! 8 terrifying attacks landed on Zhou Tong's head. His head exploded on the spot, and even his primordial spirit seemed to have been completely destroyed. At this moment, only a headless corpse was left floating in the void along with the broken bell. At the same time, in the 10 heavens divine ring, Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix life opened its eyes and said softly, "That immortal emperor's imprint was broken in the end, although the method was a little violent. I presume you didn't expect that I would use such a method to get rid of your imprint. Next, it's the most crucial breakthrough. I've deduced the everlasting immortality, 4 countless eras in the desolate era. Whether I can succeed or not depends on this final moment." In the void space, the moment he was hit by the 8 half-immortal emperors, Zhou Tong felt that every part of his primordial spirit was disintegrating, as if it had been ignited and turned into ashes, drifting between heaven and earth. Even his primordial spirit was drifting and collapsing. So, this is the feeling of death in this world? Zhou Tong didn't feel nervous at all. In fact, he, who had already completed the everlasting void in the desolate era, could reverse this collapse at any time. However, he needed to personally experience this feeling of collapse. He wanted to experience another kind of resurrection. In the desolate era, Zhou Tong had thought about the 2 paths of everlasting void and everlasting immortality. The so-called everlasting void meant that one's will was so strong that it surpassed the primordial spirit and the primordial spirit. Even if one died, one could reassemble all matter in one's body and be resurrected. The so-called everlasting immortality meant that after one's death, as long as one's will remained, one could be resurrected continuously. Even if this will was in another's mind, one could still be resurrected. In the desolate era, whether it was him or the controller of the Sith chaotic universe, Tai Chu, they had both walked the path of everlasting void. Although both sides had studied the path of everlasting immortality and had studied it very deeply, no one had ever walked this path and was always missing the last bit. To be precise, whether it was Zhou Tong's immortal phoenix life or the controller of the Sith chaotic universe, Tai Chu, their essence was the complete everlasting void plus the incomplete everlasting immortality. However, according to the description and characteristics of the immortal emperor level, Zhou Tong could feel that the true immortal emperor should be the complete everlasting immortality plus the incomplete everlasting void. The controller of the desolate era and the true immortal emperor were actually the products of two different paths that had reached the extreme. Now, Zhou Tong was also using death to comprehend the final stage of everlasting immortality. In the empty void, everything was nothingness. However, Zhou Tong gradually felt the will that came from the immortal phoenix's true fate, and began to use this will to continuously strengthen, and strengthen again. I see, so this is the final stage of everlasting immortality. Chapter 1397. In the endless void, 8 quasi-immortal emperors surrounded Zhou Tong's corpse. However, none of the 8 quasi-immortal emperors dared to approach casually, fearing that Zhou Tong would suddenly come back to life. Although the previous battle was not long, they could clearly feel that this opponent's methods were too varied, so they had to be on guard. Now was not the time to risk their lives, so they naturally had to be more careful. Is he dead? A quasi-immortal emperor asked. Be careful, this guy is incomparably strange, we can't give him any chance. Search carefully, not a single remnant soul can be left behind. Even so, those quasi-immortal emperors did not relax in the slightest. That's right, this person's recovery ability is really unimaginable. Previously, he was already forced into a desperate situation by us several times, but he was still able to recover. I'm afraid that if he still has a thought, he will recover again. Another quasi-immortal emperor also spoke, appearing rather cautious. Soon, 8 extremely powerful divine senses spread out in all directions, searching the surrounding void bit by bit, not even letting go of the long river of time. They were searching for the remnant soul that Zhou Tong might have, wanting to completely eliminate everything about him. I can't find any aura. He should really be dead. With so many of our clansmen joining forces to launch a life-risking attack, no Daozu can withstand it. I can't feel the slightest trace of the primordial spirit's aura. No matter how strong this guy is, he's still just a Daozu. We didn't hesitate to let 3 of our clansmen self-destruct, and even the 8 of us suffered such heavy injuries. If this still can't kill him, then he's really heaven-defying. After a long time, a quasi-immortal emperor finally relaxed a little. That's right, the imprint left behind by that lord has also disappeared. With his realm, it's impossible for him to break that lord's imprint. He is indeed dead, without a doubt. Another quasi-immortal emperor also spoke. Following the repeated confirmation of these people, these quasi-immortal emperors also heaved a sigh of relief once again. However, I have to say that this guy is really strong. This corpse is perfect for our celestial emperor burial pit to nurture. Perhaps in the future, it can produce the strongest battle beast. A quasi-immortal emperor from the celestial emperor burial pit said. Hehe, you may not be at the end of the road, but with your strength, you barely qualify to be buried in the celestial emperor's burial pit, said another being from the burial pit of heaven and earth. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Zhou Tong's corpse. However, at the instant he extended his hand, the head of the headless corpse silently appeared. At the same time, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed, directly grabbing the half-immortal emperor. This turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. No one would have thought that Zhou Tong would actually be resurrected. Boom! 10,000 flames burned. Zhou Tong's palm turned into a furnace, trapping that quasi-immortal emperor within, continuously burning him with 10,000 flames. Awoo! That quasi-immortal emperor screamed miserably in Zhou Tong's palm. He felt that his bones, flesh and blood, and even his soul were being ignited. Even with his cultivation as a quasi-immortal emperor, he still felt that he was about to be destroyed. There was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he be resurrected so suddenly? Resurrected on the spot in perfect condition? How is that possible? Even my clan doesn't have such an ability. That's not right. This is the characteristic of the Supreme Road's end. He actually touched upon that realm? No, he didn't touch it, but really has the characteristics of that realm. The other 7 quasi-immortal emperors roared in horror, because they discovered that this opponent had already surpassed the level of Daozu to a certain extent, reaching the higher level of the road end, which was the immortal emperor. Other than not having the battle prowess of an immortal emperor, he was no different from a real immortal emperor. He could be said to be a little immortal emperor. Ah! That captured quasi-immortal emperor was still screaming in the furnace in Zhou Tong's palm. His entire body was burning with all kinds of flames, and he was being cremated bit by bit. In the end, Zhou Tong opened his palm and casually blew. The ashes that filled the sky scattered, revealing only a few shining artifacts. Those were the quasi-immortal emperor artifacts of this monster. His quasi-immortal emperor artifacts were not cremated by Zhou Tong, because Zhou Tong's secret technique was aimed at the quasi-immortal emperors themselves, not at their artifacts. Of course, after being refined by the flames, these quasi-immortal emperor artifacts no longer had the imprints and great Tao runes of the quasi-immortal emperors. They could only be considered materials. The secret technique still has some flaws. The last trace of soul still hasn't been completely burned, but fortunately, I already know how to improve it. Zhou Tong said leisurely. The last trace of the quasi-immortal emperor's soul had already been sent into the tribulation fire divine furnace by Zhou Tong to be further suppressed. At the same time, Zhou Tong casually slapped the quasi-immortal emperor's emperor artifact onto his bell. Clang! The bell rumbled and instantly refined those materials. The 3 holes bloomed with brilliant light and were completely repaired in an instant. Not only that, but even the bell that was repaired gradually emitted an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. The aura around it also became more and more mysterious and unfathomable. At this moment, his bell seemed to have become the only thing in the world. No matter how time flowed and changed, it was still undamaged. The quasi-immortal emperor just now came from the ancient netherworld. The weapon in his hand contained the last type of immortal metal that Zhou Tong lacked, the reincarnation immortal metal. Now, the 33 types of immortal metal were completely mixed, and not a single one was missing. Zhou Tong's bell had become the so-called indestructible of this world. Of course, this so-called indestructible was only for those below the immortal emperor level. If he encountered a real immortal emperor and used some special methods, he could still break this indestructible characteristic. Next, it's your turn. Zhou Tong finally looked at these quasi-immortal emperors. Then, he immediately attacked and fought with all his strength against the remaining 7 quasi-immortal emperors. Whether it was infinite indestructibility or indestructible void, in fact, what they strengthened was Zhou Tong's life-saving ability, making him truly reach the level of indestructibility. However, the increase in battle prowess was not that great. The battle that followed was still tragic. Zhou Tong was still comprehending Tao through battle. In battle, he tested his own secret techniques in Tao. In battle, he merged those ultimate Taos that the immortal phoenix true fate brought back into his own Tao and technique. On the other side, the 7 quasi-immortal emperors were also fighting crazily. They did not care about the consequences and fought with all their strength against Zhou Tong. They were completely fighting with their lives. This battle lasted as long as 30 years. They fought wildly in the endless void. Everyone let go of their limbs and fought fiercely. This was a battle that belonged to the quasi-immortal emperor level. But in the end, those 7 quasi-immortal emperors were still no match for Zhou Tong. They burned their life force and divine sense, but only lasted for 30 years. They were weak, and in the end, they were all captured by Zhou Tong and used to test his cremation secret technique. Chapter 1398. I've finally perfected a secret technique. It's the cremation secret technique that specifically targets the resurrection and recovery ability of quasi-immortal emperors. Zhou Tong raised his hand and a scarlet furnace world appeared in his palm. This was a secret technique that he had only refined after experiencing the lives of 8 quasi-immortal emperors. Quasi-immortal emperors were very difficult to kill. Generally speaking, even if they were suppressed, it would take countless years to slowly erase them. If Heavenly Emperor Huang of the ancient Chaos era had such a secret technique, his battle with Heavenly Emperor Tsang, Heavenly Emperor Yu, and Grand Emperor wouldn't have lasted as long as 30,000 years. At most, it would have taken 3 years for victory and defeat to be decided. Next, I'll also smelt the weapons of these quasi-immortal emperors into my bell. Zhou Tong casually took out a large number of weapons. Other than putting a portion of the reincarnation immortal gold into the 10 heavenly divine ring as a seed, the rest were all smelted into his bell. The 8 quasi-immortal emperors that were suppressed later, in addition to the 2 quasi-immortal emperors that were suppressed by the Soul River earlier, he had refined a total of 10 quasi-immortal emperors' weapons. At this point, his bell had become incomparably terrifying, surpassing all weapons. It was already invincible below the true emperor weapon. However, it's still not enough. Zhou Tong looked at his bell and said in his heart, although all 33 types of immortal gold were gathered, the amount of immortal gold was still in an unbalanced state. It hadn't reached true perfection yet. Of course, if he spent a large amount of time smelting it further, the amount of immortal gold would still be a small problem. Because the immortal gold was complete, the great Tao within each type of immortal gold would fuse together. In the future, there would be no difference between immortal gold in the bell. However, if the amount of immortal gold was unbalanced, this step would require a large amount of time and energy. For Zhou Tong, this was not necessary. Forget it. In any case, I don't lack immortal gold. The origin of the 10 heavenly divine ring is completely used by me. I can easily create an endless amount of immortal gold. I'll take this opportunity to perfect my bell. Zhou Tong waved his hand and all kinds of materials appeared in the void. Void immortal gold, time immortal gold, 5 elements immortal gold, God mark purple gold, eternal blue gold, etc. There were all kinds of immortal gold. The amount of each immortal gold was terrifying. If they were brought to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the entire world would go crazy because each immortal gold was comparable to a small planet with a radius of 1,000 miles. Clang! Zhou Tong's bell reverberated slowly. The sound of the bell reverberated through the ages, shaking the void. Primal chaos surged within the bell's mouth, and it was as if it was a world of its own. It swallowed all of the divine metal that was the size of 33 small planets into its mouth. After that, Zhou Tong used his own Tao fire and divine power to nurture the bell. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth rumbled. As the bell vibrated, all kinds of scriptures rippled out from the bell. They were endless and spread out in the void, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. With Zhou Tong's current cultivation level, he reorganized the laws on the bell and smelted the new immortal gold into it. The entire process was unimaginable for other immortal kings and even quasi-immortal emperors. A vast quasi-immortal emperor's pressure radiated from the bell. In the blink of an eye, it traversed the boundless void and spread to the myriad of worlds, causing countless living beings in the heavens to feel as if there was an unfathomably deep sea above their heads. This time, whether it was the materials or the process of refining the bell, it was unprecedented. During this time, all kinds of strange phenomena soared into the sky. During the trip to the Soul River, his gains from this Tao-confirming weapon were too great. Not only did he refine the weapons of 10 quasi-immortal emperors, but he also gathered all of the immortal gold. Therefore, this time, he spent a lot of time refining the bell. He spent a total of 10,000 years before he finally finished refining it. When everything calmed down, Zhou Tong's bell became even more simple and unadorned. There was no longer any trace of immortal gold. Everything had perfectly blended together. Chaos and profound yellow energy emitted from the bell. Within the bell mouth, one could faintly see specks of starlight, as if 33 universes had been condensed within. The tyrant bell can be considered a small perfection. When I truly become an immortal emperor, it will be the time for you to complete your transformation. While speaking, Zhou Tong looked at those system Tao patterns in his body. They were still flowing with 6-colored divine light. However, the tyrant bell's perfection, the myriad tribulation imperishable aura after the fusion of 33 types of immortal gold, together with the feeling of this perfect aura merging with the mysterious yellow energy from the primordial space. Looking at this perfect tyrant bell, he recalled the 10,000 years of refining. He vaguely felt a bit emotional. Right, the reason why my heavenly horned ant true fate couldn't truly return was because I was missing something. My heavenly horned ant true fate's physical body is too strong, especially that mysterious yellow imperishable body, it even more so far surpasses my current physical body. It can truly be called myriad tribulation imperishable. Now I finally found the key to breaking through this situation. The tyrant bell is worthy of being my Tao-confirming artifact. I finally found some key points from you. Zhou Tong was extremely excited. He immediately closed his eyes and sat in the void, quietly comprehending the great Tao. The heavenly horned ant true fate's problem and method of returning was something Zhou Tong had long studied for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. During this period of time, he had also solved countless problems, but he still couldn't succeed. However, before, he already felt that there were 2 difficulties. The first was that the heavenly horned ant true fate was a half-immortal emperor-level existence to begin with. Back then, before he broke through into half-immortal emperor level, there was no way he could have swallowed up a greater one. The second was that the heavenly horned ant true fate's physical body really was too powerful. That mysterious yellow imperishable body exceeded all of the body refinement methods Zhou Tong knew back then. But now, his true body was already a half-immortal emperor, so the first difficulty had long been solved. Meanwhile, now, after observing the tyrant bell's transformation, he also grasped a bit of the mysterious yellow imperishable body's mysteries. Time flowed by day after day. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed. Zhou Tong's body finally displayed new activity. Wang Long. The immortal qi in his body started from the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm and gradually spread through his Tao Palace, 4 extremities, Dragon Transformation, and Immortal Foundation secret realms. In the end it passed through the bodies of the Fierce 10, the Thunder Emperor, the True Dragon, the 9 Nether Python, the 9-leaf sword grass, and the Divine Striking Stone. The immortal energy continuously spread, ultimately entering the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring, clashing with the Heavenly Horned Ant True Fate. Hong Long. As the immortal energy entered his body, Zhou Tong's Heavenly Horned Ant True Fate completely ignited. The brilliant radiance, endless brilliance, was like a bright lamp, illuminating the heavens within the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring. In that instant, the Heavenly Horned Ant True Fate completely disappeared into the great river of time. It turned into Zhou Tong's 6th secret realm, its own karma naturally replaced by Zhou Tong's true body. Karma converged. This was also a step Zhou Tong had to go through every time he merged with a true fate. Chapter 1399. As the Heavenly Horned Ant's true fate turned into the 6th secret realm, Zhou Tong could feel a wave of powerful and domineering power erupt from the heavenly horned ant's true fate, flowing into every corner of Zhou Tong's body. Woo, this type of feeling, what domineering power, it really is compatible with me. Zhou Tong could clearly feel that the power that came from the heavenly horned ant's true fate was simply like magma, roiling over, impossible to defend against. After this wave of power entered his body, it quickly turned into millions and millions of strands, merging into his limbs, bones, and inner organs, further strengthening his flesh, making his body stronger again. This type of effect was too powerful, too terrifying. In just a moment, all of the muscles in Zhou Tong's body swelled, tendons and muscles intertwined, his entire body as if it was filled with air, even his body seemed to have become a size larger. A wave of intimidating aura carried heaven, overflowing blood energy, erupting from his body. The terrifying power and blood energy affected the time and space around him. At this moment, the void trembled, time stopped. Zhou Tong's body seemed to have become eternal, impervious to all tribulations. At the same time, the heavenly horned ant's true fate's power merged into every gate of potential in Zhou Tong's body, making his entire body erupt with boundless power. This wave of power was swift like the wind, slow like a forest, invading like fire, unmoving like a mountain, unpredictable like Een, moving like thunder. Not only this, within his body's gates of potential, there were even more so all types of symbols that flickered, like mountains, like fire, like thunder, like water. Endless engravings flowed through every single gate of potential in his body. Every single gate of potential flowed with unimaginable power. Clang! Dang! Boom! Within Zhou Tong's body, all of his bones also began to move rhythmically under this type of extreme transformation. Every single collision was like the collision of two half-immortal emperor artifacts, releasing terrifying great Tao heavenly sounds. The heavenly horned ant's strength was already at its limit to begin with. After this true fate completely merged into his body, Zhou Tong could feel a type of unprecedented increase, an increase in the power aspect. After the heavenly horned ant's true fate's power merged into the body, the strengthening of the immortal foundation's secret realm couldn't be considered too great. However, for the other four great secret realms, it was simply a world-shaking transformation. After merging with the heavenly horned ant, this body of mine can already be considered unbreakable, right? The effects of the heavenly horned ant true fate's black-yellow undying body also naturally transferred to my body. A hint of joy appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. He could sense that if he had such a physical body during the quasi-immortal emperor battle, the self-detonation of the three quasi-immortal emperors would probably only injure him slightly and he would be able to recover easily. His physical body is unparalleled. I wonder if he can fight against a real immortal emperor. Zhou Tong was also a little curious. With his current strength, how far was he from an immortal emperor? Now that he had the peerless indestructible and the void indestructible, he had already surpassed the ordinary immortal emperors in terms of the survival and resurrection abilities. And now, with such a terrifying physical body, he was not far from a real immortal emperor, right? Hong Long. However, right when Zhou Tong was thinking about his own strength, a type of extremely sinister radiance suddenly surged from his body. This streak of radiance was incomparably dazzling. Gotcha! Following a light noise, the body Zhou Tong was so proud of, the body that he believed to be unbreakable, suddenly split apart. Then, the gotcha noises became more and more numerous. In the end, it even more so turned into numerous cracks, covering Zhou Tong's entire body from head to toe, making his entire body look like a shattered porcelain. At the same time, his body also released a type of declining aura. However, under that terrifying crack, amidst the aura of decay and decay, there was a terrifying aura that could shake the heavens and shatter the flow of time. It was an aura that was sufficient to cause countless quasi-immortal emperors to tremble in fear. Zhou Tong's body was transforming further, shattering the old body and giving birth to a brand new body. A terrifying vitality bloomed from his body. The more cracks there were on his body, the more tattered his body was, the stronger the decaying and declining aura on his body was, but the vitality hidden underneath was even more terrifying. Gotcha! Finally, a piece of old skin peeled off from his body, revealing the sparkling and translucent immortal body underneath. Then, more and more old skin peeled off from his body, turning into dust and dissipating, and replacing it was a brand new Zhou Tong. This was a brand new half-immortal emperor body. The immortal blood in his body was sparkling and resplendent, and even his hair was like an indestructible gold, giving off a breathtaking aura. At this moment, the magic power in his body was extremely vigorous, and his aura had reached an unprecedented peak. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a soul-stirring divine power circulating within them. At this moment, he had surpassed the past, surpassed everything. I finally understand. This should be considered the first step towards becoming a true immortal emperor. Zhou Tong understood in his heart. When Heaven Emperor Huang rose, he also experienced this step. From just entering the half-immortal emperor realm to officially becoming an immortal emperor, there were a total of several steps. When Heaven Emperor Huang fused with the sixth secret realm, he was only a beginner half-immortal emperor. After that, he fought with Emperor Tsang and the others for 30,000 years, and after fusing with the blood essence of his brothers, he finally transformed into an immortal fetus. This was his first step towards the immortal emperor realm. Next, Heaven Emperor Huang created an immortal emperor technique in front of Corpse Immortal Emperor, and transformed again on the basis of the immortal fetus. This was the second step towards the immortal emperor realm. In fact, when he took the second step, Heaven Emperor Huang was already standing on the immortal emperor level, but at that time, he was not stable. Only after completely perfecting the immortal emperor technique could he be considered to have a stable footing in the immortal emperor realm. This was also the state Heaven Emperor Huang was in when he killed Corpse Immortal Emperor. The current me should be considered to have taken the first step towards becoming a true immortal emperor. Zhou Tong quietly felt the state of his body. Feeling the new immortal fetus that had transformed, Zhou Tong had unprecedented confidence. His physical body was flawless, vigorous, and powerful. The divine power in his body was like the sea, endless, and his primordial spirit was extremely powerful. More importantly, the number of systematic divine runes in his body, which represented the entanglement of many systems, had once again skyrocketed by more than 10 times, and from the original 6-colored light, it had also turned into 7-colored light. Transforming from 6-colored to 7-colored, this was an unprecedented qualitative change. Previously, when he was 6-colored, he could only rely on all the numbers to barely resist a half-immortal emperor a few times. But now, after transforming to the 7-colored divine inscriptions, Zhou Tong felt that this type of divine inscriptions could already be used. It could be used to attack and defend in a battle between quasi-immortal emperors. Also, its might would be extremely terrifying. It could be said to be a powerful trump card. Chapter 1400. After taking the first step and transforming into an immortal fetus, Zhou Tong quietly stood in the void, feeling the changes in his body. This brand new immortal fetus not only had a stronger physical body, but also a stronger magical power. Even his soul had undergone a transformation. The most obvious change was that his thinking speed was much faster than before. The experience accumulated in the previous half-immortal emperor battle could be perfectly absorbed by him with just a little thought. He quietly cultivated here for 1,000 years, completely absorbing the gains of the half-immortal emperor battle. all kinds of secret techniques and wondrous techniques were quickly completed and perfected under his current state. Even the countless ultimate Tao brought by the immortal Phoenix True Fate was further integrated with Zhou Tong's own system. 1,000 years later, Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at his sixth secret realm. Now there were already 7 vicious 10, Gu, Thunder Emperor, True Dragon, 9 Nether Ao, 9 Leaf Sword Grass, Divine Striking Stone, and Heavenly Horned Ant. He was still missing the Kuan Peng, Qilin, and Immortal Phoenix. The Qilin hasn't left yet, and I don't know where the Kuan Peng went. When will it come back? Zhou Tong first thought of his Kuan Peng True Fate. This True Fate had been released for a long time. He only knew that this True Fate should be in the past, maybe the chaotic ancient era, or maybe the immortal ancient era. However, he still couldn't find any opportunity to find this True Fate. Should I enter the river of time again to find the Kuan Peng True Fate? Zhou Tong was a little hesitant. Let's leave it to fate. There will always be a chance to return. It's not good to force it. Who knows, I might be able to find the opportunity to return the Kuan Peng True Fate. Zhou Tong quickly gave up on this idea. The immortal Phoenix True Fate has returned, but I don't know when it can truly integrate into my body. Zhou Tong immediately looked at the immortal Phoenix True Fate sitting on the World Tree inside the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring. Fine, I'll take some measures first to strengthen the connection between the immortal Phoenix True Fate and my original body. Zhou Tong's mind moved, and the 9 Nether Ao True Fate that had already turned into a secret realm entered the 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring. At the same time, the immortal Phoenix True Life opened its eyes, and the Tribulation Fire Divine Bow instantly appeared in its palm, and then flew toward the 9 Serenities True Life. The 9 Serenities Python Life opened its mouth and swallowed the bow into its stomach, refining it quickly. The 9 Serenities Aqua True Fate cultivated the Weapon Fusion and Body Refinement Cultivation System. It specialized in devouring all kinds of weapons to become stronger. Because of this, Zhou Tong let it devour the weapons of his true fates in order to deepen the connection between him and his true fates, laying down the foundation for the return of his true fates in the future. As for those life-bonded divine weapons that had been devoured, Zhou Tong didn't care anyway. After his true fate transformed into a secret realm, his only weapon was his Tao-confirming weapon, the tyrannical bell. Plus, the weapons devoured by the 9 Nether Sea True Fate would also have a part of their power infused into the bell, making Zhou Tong's Tao-confirming weapon even stronger. Buzz! With the devouring and refining of the 9 Serenities Python Life, a warm current also appeared in Zhou Tong's body. After this warm current entered his body, it quickly turned into billions of rays that fused into every corner of his body. Naturally, a part of the warm current flowed into his Tao-confirming weapon. However, the Tribulation Fire Divine Bow could only be regarded as a sinful weapon of the immortal Phoenix True Fate. It was refined from blood and slaughter, and it couldn't compare to the Tribulation Fire Divine Cauldron. In addition, Zhou Tong himself had already taken a step toward the immortal Emperor realm, so after devouring this weapon, it didn't cause too much of a stir. The Tribulation Fire Divine Cauldron can't be moved for the time being, but the immortal Phoenix True Fate wants to return. The difficulty is not ordinary. Zhou Tong looked at the Tao tree in the immortal Phoenix True Fate. The essence of the heaven shrouding method was to use the body as the seed. After cultivating to Zhou Tong's current level, his body was equivalent to a tree that had already bloomed and was about to bear fruit. Meanwhile, the immortal Phoenix True Fate was already a complete tree that already bore fruit. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that this tree was still a variant tree of another world, its fruit also a variant fruit of another world. At this time, if he wanted to use this variant tree and variant fruit as nourishment to nourish his own tree, the difficulty was definitely not a normal type of great. The difficulty of returning the immortal phoenix true fate and turning it into a brand new true fate was definitely above that of the heavenly horned ant true fate. Moreover, the difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. This is a bit troublesome. The return of a brand new tree requires a few special methods. It requires a completely new cultivation system. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a bit, and then he looked towards the Qilin true fate within his body. He didn't plan to release this true fate, instead preparing to keep it at his side, walk the path of this world's other cultivation systems that he hadn't seen before. It was because if this true fate was released, then it would bring back an unknown and troublesome cultivation system. At that time, who knew how long it would take for him to become an immortal emperor? That was why the best choice was to keep the Qilin true fate at his side, have it walk the path of a controllable cultivation system. It was best if he chose a cultivation system that could act as a medium for communication between his main body and the immortal phoenix true fate. The crux of the problem is, what kind of cultivation system can be considered controllable? A cultivation system that can strengthen my connection and resonance with the immortal phoenix true fate? Zhou Tong was also a bit hesitant inside. In the heavens, there were as many cultivation systems as there were stars in the sky. However, most of the cultivation systems didn't have enough potential, to the extent where there were some cultivation systems that couldn't even achieve immortality. This type of cultivation system without potential naturally had to be eliminated first. However, those cultivation systems with enough potential were also extremely troublesome. It was because many cultivation systems were either buried under the passage of time or contaminated. Speaking of which, if the cultivation system is only contaminated, for me, it isn't that big of a deal, something that can be easily dealt with. For me, the most important thing is that I don't know what kind of cultivation systems there are. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a bit, and then his attention shifted towards the half-immortal Emperor remnant souls suppressed in the tribulation flame divine furnace. Buzz! The scorching flames burned again, and soon, countless memories were extracted from these captives. These half-immortal emperors had always been suppressed here by Zhou Tong. They weren't completely destroyed because the memories of each half-immortal emperor were a huge treasure trove. Zhou Tong left them behind and slowly searched through their memories. Perhaps he would be able to learn countless secrets, including their own great Tao, laws, and secret arts, as well as some secrets of their strange races. Perhaps some secrets of the various heavens. This time, the main thing he was searching for was memories of the cultivation system. These strange races had existed in the world for countless eras. They definitely knew enough cultivation systems, and there might be a cultivation system that Zhou Tong needed. Chapter 1401. Beyond the Heavens, Beyond the Worlds, and Beyond the Eternal Plateau. Heavenly Emperor Huang was bathed in blood and severely injured. However, he still stood there quietly as if he could stand there forever. Standing opposite him were two unbelievable existences. They stood side by side. Just their majestic bodies and terrifying auras were enough to collapse the river of time and annihilate the eternal void. Crack! At this moment, an ancient coffin on the plateau suddenly opened, and an unbelievable figure walked out. It was as if he had stepped on time, one epoch at a time, and walked to the other two. He stood side by side and looked coldly at Heavenly Emperor Huang. He's resurrected again. Heavenly Emperor Huang was shocked and helpless. He had been here for countless years. During this period, he had killed the immortal emperors of the strange race several times. However, no matter how he killed them, they could be resurrected directly. During this period, he had also thought of sealing an immortal emperor. However, when the immortal emperor in the seal sensed that there was no hope, he immediately committed suicide and walked out. During this period, he had also tested the limits of the other party's resurrection. He had grabbed an immortal emperor opposite him and chased after him. After spending an epoch, he had killed an immortal emperor opposite him several times. However, not long after, the other party appeared intact, as if there was no limit to the number of times they could be resurrected. However, it was also because of this that Heavenly Emperor Huang had adopted the strategy of stalling until now. He was no longer as crazy as before. This was because such crazy attacks were only a waste of energy. When the time came, he only needed to make a slight mistake and he would be finished. He did not have the resurrection ability of the strange race. However, if he kept stalling, he could hold on for a long time. The coffins on the plateau are the key to their resurrection. As long as I destroy those coffins, I can win. Heavenly Emperor Huang had been fighting for so long that he had seen many things clearly. He also understood many of the abilities of the strange race. Every time they were resurrected, they walked out of the coffins. Those coffins were the key to their resurrection. However, these three old fellows are blocking the way. Even I can't go up. Moreover, there seemed to be a few old fellows sleeping in the depths of the plateau. Heavenly Emperor Huang thought to himself, if I don't have to take care of the all heavens, these three people won't be able to stop me. However, I can't take care of the other immortal emperors. When the great ritual starts, the all heavens and the high heavens will be destroyed. Unless another person who is not weaker than me comes, we can barely be on par with the strange race. However, if we have to take the all heavens and the high heavens into consideration, we still can't fight. There were too many immortal emperors. Conservatively, there were more than 10. Such a number was too terrifying. He had already done his best to block this place. However, the strange races might still have a lot of energy left. For example, the Celestial Emperor who was sleeping in the depths of the plateau. Even Heavenly Emperor Huang himself knew that he had only caused trouble for them, but had not truly shaken their foundations. Because as long as they continued to waste time here, he would definitely be unable to hold on in the end. You were just stalling for time. Why did you waste so much energy to kill me? Don't you know that doing so will hasten your death? Just for that junior who just became a quasi-immortal emperor? The strange immortal emperor who walked out of the coffin asked with a cold smile. You've been stalling us so that another person who can travel with you will appear in the all heavens. Unfortunately, you're the only one who has appeared in tens of thousands of eras, the immortal emperor continued when he saw that Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't answer. Unfortunately, the one you're waiting for is already dead. The mark I had left on him had also dissipated. Apart from wasting your energy, you're destined to wait for nothing, the immortal emperor sneered. Heavenly Emperor Huang said, other than his death, there is another possibility that the imprint has dissipated. That is, he broke your imprint and successfully escaped from your encirclement. You seemed very uneasy from the beginning and wanted to attack the lower realm. Do you think I can't tell? Don't be arrogant. You are just a group of gutter rats. If we fight one-on-one, there are too many who can defeat you. Heavenly Emperor Huang's voice became colder. Huang, your strength is indeed unparalleled. Even if the three of us work together, we can only be on par with you. But if you continue fighting like this, what's the use? When your power fades away, will you still be able to stop us? A strange immortal emperor at the side sneered. My clan is evergreen. Even if you have the strength to dominate the world, so what? In the end, you're still a pile of yellow earth. Why don't you join us? I can personally baptize you and let you become another supreme primogenitor of my clan. You can create a brand new bloodline. Another immortal emperor advised. Humph. Heavenly Emperor Huang couldn't be bothered to say more. He only stood in front of them and responded with his actions. In an instant, the entire plateau became quiet again. Both sides were still confronting each other. It's about time. The great ceremony begin. A moment later, a terrifying voice sounded from the plateau. Along with this voice, a strange piece of land appeared. There was an extremely majestic altar there. Just the altar alone was enough to cause immortal emperors to tremble. At the same time, a figure walked up the altar step by step. He was the chief sacrifice of this era. He was incomparably terrifying. A strand of his eyes looked down on the world, as if he walked beyond the heavens, overlooking the 33 heavens, transcending the mortal world. This was also an immortal emperor of the strange race. Even though his strength was ordinary, it was enough to look down on the world. Hong Long. However, in the next moment, a dazzling sword light swept out. That chief sacrifice who looked down on the world didn't have time to react. His entire body was directly sliced by the sword light. His flesh and primordial spirit were all cleanly severed by this sword. Only a ruined corpse tumbled down from the altar. With me here, who dares to ascend the altar? Heavenly Emperor Huang said. Kill! The 3 quasi-immortal emperors released murderous roars at the same time and attacked Heavenly Emperor Huang together. In an instant, the world outside the world completely exploded. Incomparable chaotic chi bloomed, covering everything in the world. Sword light bloomed, blood and fire flew, and the strange roars of monsters resounded. A great battle broke out once again. However, no one dared to ascend the altar of the strange tribe. However, during the great battle, what no one noticed was that a drop of Heavenly Emperor Huang's blood quietly escaped from the river of time. Chapter 1402. In Jiutian Shidi. After Zhou Tong took a step towards the immortal Emperor realm, he returned here again. Time passed quickly. It had been more than 10,000 years since he last left, almost 20,000 years. After returning this time, he immediately discovered that the entire Jiutian Shidi had changed drastically. Damn, that immortal realm fragment was integrated into this world by Yi Fan and the others? When Zhou Tong returned, he was shocked. He didn't expect that immortal realm fragment had already integrated into Jiutian Shidi. Curious, Zhou Tong's spiritual consciousness swept across that immortal realm fragment. 30% of that immortal realm fragment already belonged to the surname Zhou. The one ruling that area was Zhou Tong's younger brother's bloodline. Back then, Zhou Tong and the others had been sent to the immortal realm by Zhou Tong. However, now they had returned to their hometown. Of course, they had been operating in the immortal realm for so long. In addition, Zhou Tong had once sent them some resources. After such a long time, they could be considered a local overlord. Yi Fan and the others have actually started to devour the immortal realm. Zhou Tong said in his heart. He could foresee that when this immortal realm fragment was devoured, Yi Fan and the others must have suppressed all the living beings on the entire fragment. Otherwise, no one would be willing to give up a lifespan of millions or even tens of millions of years in the immortal realm and come to a world like Jiutian Shidi where supreme beings had a lifespan of at most 30,000 years. Zhou Tong scanned with his spiritual consciousness and heard the complaints and resentment of countless people towards Yi Fan. However, it was useless. To be able to do such a big thing alone, Yi Fan was definitely already an immortal king. It was useless for this group of people to hate him. They didn't even dare to call him, Yi Fan, by his real name behind his back. They were afraid that Yi Fan, who had already become an immortal king, would sense it. Speaking of which, I used the world tree to suppress the world, causing the lifespan of this world to be limited. I'm afraid many people are secretly cursing me. Zhou Tong also knew that his actions would definitely make many people who knew the inside story furious. However, as the 9 heavens and 10 earths become bigger and bigger, I feel that we can slightly increase the number of Tao confirmations. The number of great emperors who reign supreme should be increased by 2 so that the entire world can accommodate 3 Tao confirmations at the same time. Zhou Tong scanned the entire universe with his divine sense. There were too many cultivators in the universe who had achieved Tao through other means. Conservatively speaking, there were at least 3 digits of them. If such a large number of cultivators were to fight for the only emperor's throne, it would be too much. Fine, I'll go back to the divine realm and deal with the restrictions in the world tree properly. I'll split the heaven's core imprint into 3 parts. Zhou Tong's divine sense swept across the new continent one last time. Then, he casually tossed an immortal king weapon into the depths of the new continent. Then, he turned around and returned to the divine realm. The Soul River had been wiped out. In addition, a large number of quasi-immortal emperors in the ancient netherworld and the celestial emperor's burial pit had been wiped out. For a short period of time, the heavens were no longer in danger. It was time for him to relax a little and go into seclusion for a while. Moreover, he had now taken the first step after becoming an immortal emperor. He needed to go into seclusion for a period of time to further perfect some of the Tao and techniques needed for the domain of a quasi-immortal emperor. He also needed to further study the divine runes that had transformed into the 7-colored system. There were also quasi-immortal emperor captive. He needed to further search their divine senses and extract the treasures in their memories. However, just as Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Tao, he suddenly felt that there was a change inside his tribulation fire divine furnace. How is this possible? Those quasi-immortal emperors killed themselves? Zhou Tong was stunned. This was something he had not expected. Those captives had actually committed suicide. They would rather die than reveal their secrets? What's going on with the strange creatures? Why are these monsters so self-aware? They directly committed suicide? Zhou Tong was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, creatures at the quasi-immortal emperor level shouldn't have given up. They should have tried their best to seize every possibility. Because as long as they didn't die, there would be a glimmer of hope for them to escape in the future. After all, there were immortal emperors on their side. They could have gambled that the immortal emperors behind them would make a move in time. But they didn't. They would rather commit suicide than take this gamble. Impossible. With such a fragile mentality, how could he become a quasi-immortal emperor? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that it was inconceivable. The scene in front of him was really unexpected. In the chaotic ancient era, the quasi-immortal emperor captives of Heavenly Emperor Huang, even though they were suppressed in the law pool by Heavenly Emperor Huang, had resisted for tens of thousands of years without yielding, let alone committing suicide. The difference between a quasi-immortal emperor and a quasi-immortal emperor is really big. No wonder the quasi-immortal emperors behind the strange creatures are so weak. It turns out that their willpower isn't very good. Zhou Tong cursed in his heart. It was rare to have a few captives, but now they were all gone. He wanted to know the secret behind the strange creatures, but it was all for naught. Forget it, let's not think so much. I'd better go into seclusion first and further digest the ultimate Tao brought back by the immortal phoenix true fate. Zhou Tong then closed his eyes and quietly went into seclusion to cultivate. However, this time, not long after he went into seclusion, he opened his eyes again. I keep feeling that something is not quite right. It seems that something is searching for me? It can make me feel something, but I can't find the source. Could it be the immortal emperor of the strange creatures? But hasn't his brand been broken by me? Zhou Tong frowned, and there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. He seriously suspected that the immortal emperor of the strange creatures had done something extremely secretive on his body that even the immortal phoenix true fate couldn't detect. Otherwise, how could there be such a change now? No, this feeling shouldn't be something malicious. It's more like it's looking for me to pass on some message or give me some information, and this thing seems to have been found from the long river of time? After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong vaguely grasped something in the dark. He waved his right hand in the air, and an illusory long river appeared in front of him. Zhou Tong stepped forward and directly entered the long river of time. Finally, I've come here again, the long river of time. Looking at the surging waves of time around him, looking at the surging tides above the waves, he felt a little emotional. However, Zhou Tong soon looked in the direction of the long river of time, in the direction he had sensed. This feeling doesn't come from the upper or lower reaches of the long river of time, but from the same time period as I am now. In other words, it's not someone from the future or the past who is looking for me, but someone from the present. And it's through the long river of time. Zhou Tong frowned. Chapter 1403. This method of finding people was very difficult. Even an immortal king who cultivated the great Tao of time wouldn't have such an ability. The person who could do this was at least a quasi-immortal emperor or even a real immortal emperor. Heavenly Emperor Huang, the immortal emperor of high heavens, or the immortal emperor of those strange races? Zhou Tong was very curious. Finally, he saw something. It was a drop of blood that emitted a strange aura. This was a drop of real immortal emperor blood. Zhou Tong was very familiar with the aura of this blood. He had seen this kind of blood in the long river of time before, but the aura of this drop of blood was obviously stronger. So it's Heavenly Emperor Huang's blood. During the battle in the Soul River, he had already discovered me, so he came to tell me some information? Zhou Tong walked in the direction of the drop of blood. Buzz! The moment Zhou Tong approached the drop of blood suddenly released a brilliant immortal light, and endless emperor qi spread out, causing the entire long river of time to tremble, as if it was about to solidify. Then, a figure appeared from the drop of blood and looked at Zhou Tong quietly. Heavenly Emperor Huang. Zhou Tong recognized this figure at a glance. He had seen Heavenly Emperor Huang countless times in the reincarnation mirror, so he was very familiar with this figure. I finally meet you, successor. It seems like the Soul River, the ancient underworld, and the monsters in the Celestial Emperor's burial pit can't do anything to you. You even managed to get rid of the imprint their progenitor left on you in such a short time. Your strength has exceeded my expectations, Celestial Emperor Huang finally said. I never thought that you would be able to open up such a brand new path for my cultivation system. My choice back then was indeed correct. My hope lies with you. Speaking of this, Heavenly Emperor Huang sighed with emotion. There were a total of 6 secret realms in the system of secret realms he had created, but Huang Tian Emperor himself had only passed down the cultivation methods of the 5 basic secret realms. His purpose was to hope that those who came after him could walk on a different path from him. Only then could they go further. Every cultivation system had its founders, pioneers, and many other cultivators. Creating a cultivation system was very difficult, but expanding the path of cultivation on the basis of a mature cultivation system, or even opening up an unprecedented path, was no less difficult than creating a new cultivation system. In high heavens, regardless of whether it was the founder of the cultivation system or the pioneer who broadened the boundaries of the cultivation system, they could all be called Daozu. In fact, the name Daozu was originally used to describe the founders and pioneers of those systems. Of course, if he couldn't open up a system or expand the boundaries of the system, it was almost impossible for him to become Daozu. If you hadn't created such a powerful cultivation system, it would have been difficult for us to find our own paths, Zhou Tong replied with a smile. He respected Heavenly Emperor Huang very much. This was because after seeing so many worlds and so many cultivation systems, Zhou Tong still chose this secret realm method as his main cultivation system. He integrated all the other systems into this system. Moreover, in the process of his cultivation, Heavenly Emperor Huang's Daoan method had given Zhou Tong countless benefits. Whether it was the Tao that he had seen Heavenly Emperor Huang's Tao in the early stages of his cultivation, or the Tao that he had obtained from Heavenly Emperor Huang's Emperor blood when he walked out of the sixth secret realm in the later stages of his cultivation. These opportunities were all given by Heavenly Emperor Huang. However, no matter how powerful this cultivation system is, it's useless in the face of the strange and ominous. Heavenly Emperor Huang shook his head and sighed. My original body is now blocking the ancestral land of the strange race to prevent the immortal emperors of the strange race from attacking the all heavens and high heavens, but that's all. Their race can resurrect infinitely. I've killed their immortal emperors several times and sealed them, but as long as they die, they can resurrect again. Resurrect infinitely? Zhou Tong was stunned. At this moment, he understood why the strange quasi-immortal emperors he had captured had collectively committed suicide. He understood why those quasi-immortal emperors did not hesitate to self-destruct during the Battle of the Soul River. It turned out that they could resurrect infinitely, so they did not take their lives seriously at all. I see. They don't take their lives seriously. Although they are fierce when they fight with their lives on the line, their willpower is not comparable to us who have struggled through life and death. That's why their combat power is not strong, Zhou Tong said softly. Regarding Zhou Tong's words, Heavenly Emperor Huang also agreed very much and said, "That's right. Their combat strength isn't considered strong. Even their strongest few progenitors, I can easily take on 3 of them alone. Unfortunately, according to my investigation, they should have 5 or even 6 progenitors. Apart from these progenitors, the other immortal emperors should be in the double digit. With so many experts and the ability to resurrect infinitely, even the powerful high heavens was defeated. 80% of the living beings died." Zhou Tong was shocked. Even high heavens was defeated? And 80% of the living beings died? Heavenly Emperor Huang said, "You'll know when you have the chance to go to high heavens. Although you haven't truly stepped into the immortal emperor realm, you should be able to see something with your current level. However, you don't have to be too anxious about high heavens. I came to find you mainly for one thing." Heavenly Emperor Huang looked at Zhou Tong with a serious expression. "It has to do with that strange race? You found the reason why they can resurrect infinitely? Or did you find the flaw in their infinite resurrection?" Zhou Tong asked. "I've found the general reason." As Heavenly Emperor Huang spoke, he described the scene he had seen on the plateau outside the various worlds to Zhou Tong. At the same time, he also told him his guess about the strange race's infinite resurrection. The secret of their resurrection might be in the few coffins in the deepest part. As long as their coffins were split open, these strange races would probably not be able to continue resurrecting. Split the coffins. Zhou Tong pondered for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Speaking of which, does the 3-world copper hall have anything to do with those coffins?" According to my guess, the strange race must have accidentally discovered the 3-world copper hall and replaced it with their own coffins. That's how they obtained the ability to resurrect infinitely. Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't hide anything. Instead, he told Zhou Tong everything he knew about the 3-world copper hall and the plateau outside the various worlds. "What about the original owner of the 3-world copper hall? Do you know anything about him?" Zhou Tong asked. Heavenly Emperor Huang shook his head. "I'm afraid we'll only have a chance to understand this mystery after we defeat the strange and ominous races." Chapter 1404. After hearing Celestial Emperor Wasteland's description, Zhou Tong began to understand the current situation. It could be said that the current situation was even more difficult than he had anticipated. Celestial Emperor Wasteland was having a hard time holding on, and if he wasn't careful, he could perish. He didn't have that ominous resurrection ability, after all. If I teach him my void everlasting technique. This thought flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. But then, he quickly rejected this idea. The void everlasting technique wouldn't increase his combat prowess. It would only make it harder for him to die. And even so, it wasn't truly unkillable. It was much like the Desolate Era. The Civ had all been able to use the void everlasting technique, but if they were to perish in another world, there would be no way to guarantee that the void everlasting technique would continue to exist. Even if Celestial Emperor Wasteland learned the void everlasting technique, if he made a single mistake, the strange races would still be able to wipe him out. Celestial Emperor Wasteland isn't me. He doesn't have the 10 heavens that I have. He doesn't have a pure land like I do. Thus, even if he learns the void everlasting technique, he might still die, Zhou Tong mused. In truth, the current Zhou Tong was rather similar to the strange races. So long as the coffins on the plateau remained intact, the strange races would remain indestructible. Zhou Tong was similar. So long as his 10 heavens remained intact, no matter how many times he died, he would be able to be reborn within the 10 heavens divine ring. Without an external environment like the 10 heavens divine ring, even if he had the void everlasting and the infinity everlasting technique, there was still a chance that he would be destroyed by the endless passage of time. Thus, the real problem isn't whether or not he can be resurrected. The real problem for Celestial Emperor Wasteland is that he doesn't have enough combat power. By himself, he won't be able to charge into the strange and ominous ancestral grounds. Thus, all he can do is wait there, Zhou Tong mused to himself. In addition, based on Celestial Emperor Wasteland's description, if he simply wanted to charge into the plateau and destroy the strange and ominous resurrection ability, he would need the combat power of 2 Celestial Emperors. But if 2 Celestial Emperors were to do this, the most likely result would be that they would perish together with the strange races. Because they were unable to take care of the all heavens, the final outcome of the battle was that the creepy races nest perished together with the all heavens and the high heavens. If I want to balance the uncanny and the ominous, as well as the heavens and the heavens, I would need the battle power of 3 Huangtian emperors. Zhou Tong understood. This kind of ultimate resurrection ability made the eerie and ominous side very difficult to deal with. Then you have to think of a way to delay it. The current me doesn't have the qualifications to participate in the battle there. Wait till I become an immortal emperor, I will go there to look for you. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while and then said, "Tell me the coordinates and the way to get there." But soon, Heavenly Emperor Huang shook his head and said, "They have the ability to revive infinitely, so they can make mistakes. But we can't. If we make a mistake, everything will be for nothing." Zhou Tong was stunned and looked at Heavenly Emperor Huang in astonishment. From the looks of it, Heavenly Emperor Huang didn't seem to want to use the normal method to fight his way up. Or did he have other methods? Zhou Tong asked, "What do you mean?" "I think that even if you reach the immortal emperor realm, you shouldn't make a big deal out of it. Cultivate slowly," Heavenly Emperor Huang said. "Are you saying that when I just reach the immortal emperor realm, my battle power won't be comparable to veteran immortal emperors like you? Then won't you have to hold on for a longer time? And the chances of you making a mistake are higher?" Zhou Tong asked. "That's not the case," Heavenly Emperor Huang said. "What I mean is that after you reach the immortal emperor realm, you will only display the strength of a quasi-immortal emperor." Damn it, the eerie and ominous side. "During this period of time, I will take the opportunity to escape from there and leave an incarnation behind to intimidate and restrain them. After that, our true bodies can be reborn into seed. At that time, we just need to find a person to bring our seeds into the plateau," Heavenly Emperor Huang said with a smile. Heavenly Emperor Huang smiled. "Furthermore, I've already found something. It's something that the strange and unknown races have been searching for. As long as we hide there, secretly instruct a junior with sufficient potential and combat strength, and guide him to start a war with the strange race, and expose that thing, we will have a chance to sneak into the strange and ominous Supreme Land without anyone noticing. At that time, everything will come to an end. After listening to Heavenly Emperor Huang's explanation, Zhou Tong was a bit stupefied. He already knew what the thing Heavenly Emperor Huang spoke of was. Wasn't that the jar of the future Chu Feng? I freaking understand now. Turns out only one of the 3 seeds in that tube is useful. The other 2 are Heavenly Emperor Huang and Yi Fan? Zhou Tong seemed to instantly understand many things of the Holy Ruins era. No wonder Chu Feng could reach half-immortal emperor-level strength with the help of the jar when he was in the mortal Dao domain. Turns out the ones who took action weren't the jar at all, but rather Sure Hao and Yi Fan, these 2 old coins. Previously, Zhou Tong was still curious why Chu Feng's jar was so strange. Even an immortal emperor weapon shouldn't be like this. Zhou Tong himself also understood clearly that even if his bell was given to someone else to use, there was no way they could activate its full power. At most, it could only be activated by a certain level of cultivator. There was no way it could be as miraculous as that jar. Fuck, it's actually like this. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. Before Zhou Tong replied, Heavenly Emperor Huang continued, when the time comes after you secretly become an immortal emperor, hide all those you care about, regardless of whether it is your family or friends. Then, use a method to reflect the years, reflect their traces in the long river of history into reality. At that time, all of the immortal emperors will be blocked by me. Meanwhile, cultivators below the immortal emperor level won't be able to see anything, unable to distinguish between what is reflected and what is real. Then, all you need to do is wait for countless years. Heavenly Emperor Huang was still quite confident in his own plan. After all, even if his true body was blocked there, he would only be fighting a battle of attrition against the strange and ominous, rarely displaying his true strength. He had confidence that a single incarnation could hide from those strange races' ancestors. Moreover, for the sake of this plan, he had already withdrawn his strength a long time ago, purposely stalling for time against them. This was precisely for the sake of further numbing the enemy, making the strange and ominous believe that if they continued to drag things out, they could eliminate the enemy with the smallest price. Thus, the strange and ominous weren't willing to truly fight with their lives on the line. Meanwhile, as long as they didn't fight with their lives on the line, his incarnation could continue to persevere. After being blocked there for countless years, Heavenly Emperor Huang actually also saw clearly that the strange and ominous resurrection should have a certain price. Otherwise, when he withdrew his strength, the other party wouldn't cooperate with him. Only, he didn't understand what the price and upper limit of the other party's resurrection were. Chapter 1405. Actors. So the people of the Holy Ground era were all actors. Zhou Tong couldn't help but curse inwardly, so Sure Hao is the greatest director. F***ck, it's actually like this. However, after hearing what Heavenly Emperor Huang said, Zhou Tong had to admit that the success rate of his plan was indeed high. Moreover, it could protect himself and the family and friends he cared about to the greatest extent. However, there was a huge loophole in this plan. After calming down, Zhou Tong asked, "The plan is not bad, but only our family and friends are protected. What about the countless creatures in the heavens? Could it be that you can hide and reflect the entire world? If you have this kind of power, there's no need to use any kind of strategy to deceive the world. According to your plan, I will hide the strength of an immortal emperor, and your incarnation will definitely let the strange races notice that you are starting to become weak. At that time, the strange races will take action in the heavens again. How many creatures will be harmed at that time? How many living beings will fall into the darkness? Your plan can only protect yourself and the people you care about. It can't take care of the creatures in the heavens. Zhou Tong looked at Heavenly Emperor Huang. This was the biggest loophole in Heavenly Emperor Huang's plan. He could hide his friends and family, and then reflect them from the river of time. However, he could not completely reflect the heavens and the high heavens. If Heavenly Emperor Huang really had this kind of power, then what was the difference between him and the God of creation? If he really had this kind of power, then the destruction of the heavens would be something he could do with a single thought. How could he not kill his way into the strange race's ancestral land? Therefore, if this plan failed, then it would return to the beginning. The heavens would be harmed, and he would continue to block the door, and his family and friends would continue to hide. If the plan succeeded, then the strange races would be wiped out, and his family and friends would no longer need to hide, but the heavens would still be harmed. Zhou Tong wanted to see if Heavenly Emperor Huang really wanted to save the world, if he was truly bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. We don't need to worry about high heavens. There are still several immortal emperors guarding high heavens, so there won't be too many problems in the short term, Heavenly Emperor Huang said. There won't be any problems in the short term, but what about in the long term? How can you be sure that someone who meets your expectations will appear in the short term? How can you be sure that someone who can bring the seed into the land of the strange races will appear in the short term? Zhou Tong continued to ask, Heavens, what are you going to do about it? Holding back all the immortal emperors of the strange race is already my limit. If the strange race goes all out, even I won't be able to stop them. When that happens, the all heavens will be overturned. Even if you become an immortal emperor and stand by my side in the future, you will only force the anomalies to go all out. The situation in the heavens and the heavens will still be the same. In fact, without the threat of the strange clan, it would be even more difficult for the all heavens to produce powerhouses like you and me. At that time, we heavens, heavens. This is the best plan I can think of. Heavenly Emperor Huang Tian didn't answer too many questions and simply responded like this. Zhou Tong fell silent. Heavenly Emperor Huang was right. Even if they had the combat strength of two heavenly emperors, they could only force the slumbering immortal emperors of the strange races to awaken and force them to go all out. It would not have much of an impact on heavens. Moreover, if the strange races went all out, the combat strength of two heavenly emperors Huang might not be able to withstand the fierce attacks of the strange races while protecting heavens. Of course, the most important thing was that even if the two of them really went all out to hold back the immortal emperors of the strange races, or even all of the quasi-immortal emperors, the chances of reinforcements appearing would be even lower. Without the threat of the strange races, the cultivation speed of cultivators would inevitably decrease. Both Zhou Tong and Heavenly Emperor Huang understood this because they had defied the heavens to become immortals in an era when they lacked essence and qi and could not become immortals. Therefore, they knew very well that the crueler the era, the easier it was for experts to be born. So, are you willing to accept my plan? Heavenly Emperor Huang asked. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong finally shook his head and said, If you want to carry out the plan, you can carry it out yourself. When I reach your level, I'll take over from you and block the other side. You have to think about it carefully. The strange race's individual combat strength is not high, but they have too many people. If you reach my level and even walk in front of them, they will definitely go all out to kill us. At that time, we won't be able to escape. Heavenly Emperor Huang frowned, somewhat puzzled by Zhou Tong's choice. If it was only him blocking the other side, then the other side would not really go all out, because the other side felt that they could slowly drag him to death. However, if another person came, then the balance might be broken, and the other side would not hold back anymore. They would definitely go all out. If that really happened, his plan would be completely ruined because he would need to secretly escape. If the other side went all out, he would not be able to escape at all. The path you've chosen has too low a chance of success. Moreover, if you take a wrong step, the consequences will be unimaginable. Heavenly Emperor Huang wanted to persuade Zhou Tong to follow his plan. There's no need to say anything more. My Tao is the Tao of battle. It is not the Tao of compromise or retreat. I'm not willing to fake my death to escape, Zhou Tong said resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhou Tong thought back to his own path of rise. Although he had hidden in the dark, that was because the gap between him and the enemy was too great. That gap was not something that could be filled with battle intent. Although he had also faked his death to escape, that was only to lure out a strong enemy and kill him. He definitely would not retreat like this. Your plan is indeed good. Perhaps it is the best solution to the current situation. However, I am not willing to place my hopes on the future, nor am I willing to place my hopes on others, Zhou Tong said in the end. You! Heavenly Emperor Huang stared at Zhou Tong for a long time. Then, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, he said, I see. You have taken the path of war immortal, which no one has ever taken before. You have become an immortal on this path. I understand. He, who had become a real immortal emperor, naturally knew that once a cultivator cultivated to the immortal emperor realm and the immortal emperor realm, their future was already determined. It was hidden in the cultivation path that they had taken before. Zhou Tong was walking the path of war immortal. If he agreed to his plan now, it was very likely that he would not be able to go any further when he underwent nirvana seed transformation in the future. He would always be the most elementary immortal emperor. At that time, it would be difficult for him to even defeat the officiant, let alone the strange ancestor. At that time, even if the plan was carried out smoothly, it would only end in failure. Since you have made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Heavenly Emperor Huang took a deep look at Zhou Tong and said, however, my plan must be carried out. Take this drop of my true blood with you. When you become an immortal emperor, I will fake my death and retreat behind the scenes. You will take my place and advance. Okay. Zhou Tong nodded. I am almost clear about your Tao. I will help you one last time. I hope you can become an immortal emperor soon. As Heavenly Emperor Huang finished speaking, his entire body turned illusory. He turned back into a drop of emperor blood and flew toward Zhou Tong. However, when he accepted the drop of emperor's blood, he suddenly felt a mysterious feeling. Then, he abruptly looked upstream along the river of time. I seem to have sensed the Kuan-Pung. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to die, because there was another option in times of danger, and that was to return to the original body. But this body of mine is very strong. I'm so strong after reincarnation? Zhou Tong quickly shifted his attention to his current body. Although he didn't have any magic power or divine power, this body was extremely powerful. My fleshly body should be about the same as my true body in the great sage level. He's so strong from birth? Zhou Tong was a little speechless. The Kuan-Pung after reincarnation was really heaven-defying. It was born with a physical body comparable to a great sage. He was just a newborn baby, but he actually had a physical body comparable to a great sage? However, just as Zhou Tong carefully examined his body, he was suddenly shocked. No, my body is not the Kuan-Pung. Zhou Tong was extremely shocked. He was clearly a Kuan-Pung this time, so why did he change into another appearance? The Kuan-Pung should have a Kuan fish form and a Pung bird form, but at this moment, Zhou Tong felt that he was a fish and could not become a bird. Most importantly, His body was not that of a normal Kuan fish, but a strange kind of fish. This body was extremely huge, and it was at least 10,000 feet long. It had a dragon head, and its teeth were incomparably sharp. However, there were no dragon horns on its head, but a pair of pitch-black bull horns that were taller than a mountain. Its body was like a black carp, and its entire body was covered in pitch-black fish scales. There was an indescribable pattern on the scales, and it flickered with a dark red light. This is definitely not the body of a Kuan Pung, and there is no inheritance of the Kuan Pung treasured technique. Could it be a defective Kuan Pung? But such a strong body, it shouldn't be. Zhou Tong was extremely puzzled. Logically speaking, after a normal Kuan Pung was born, its body would be imprinted with the inheritance of its race, which was the Kuan Pung treasured technique. But his body did not have such a thing. Forget it, it doesn't matter if there is no imprint. Anyway, I remember the contents of the Kuan Pung treasured technique. Zhou Tong fiercely swung his tail, and suddenly, the waves hit the sky. It was enough to drown a mountain range, stirring up boundless waves and cleansing the sky. This body was really too strong, so strong that it was somewhat unimaginable. A newborn baby could overturn rivers and seas. It was really unusual. In order to adapt to the environment as soon as possible, Zhou Tong drove this body to its heart's content. Sometimes it jumped out of the water, sometimes it dived deep into the water, and sometimes it went against the current to fight with this vast ocean. Zhou Tong was getting more and more accustomed to his body. At the same time, Zhou Tong also faintly sensed a trace of abnormality. There was something wrong with this sea, and it was not ordinary seawater. I've never seen this kind of seawater before. It has an unimaginable aura of the great Tao. The more he adapted to the sea, the more Zhou Tong felt that this place was unusual. Boom! Suddenly, a huge wave surged up to the sky. Zhou Tong saw a few mysterious symbols and power emerging from the waves, and concealed within this huge wave. At this moment, he felt an unusual aura. It was as if the aura of countless worlds had crossed the river of time and pounced on his face. It was also as if the power of countless worlds had merged here. Every wave contained countless auras, complex and mysterious. It was more like the interpretation of the aura of the great Tao. Zhou Tong was momentarily stunned. This was a great Tao that he had never seen before. Even if he had used the reincarnation mirror to observe the life trajectory of a world tree like the Sun Precious Tree, he had never seen such a great Tao aura. Moreover, the seawater here seemed to have a type of strange energy. It melted the body, refined the primordial spirit. That was why there were no ordinary life forms in this place. This kind of sea is a bit similar to the legendary Realm Sea, but it is definitely not the Realm Sea. Zhou Tong understood clearly that in a place like the Realm Sea, only immortal Tao creatures could survive in the sea water. If he was in the Realm Sea, he would have died a long time ago. Could it be a branch of the Realm Sea? Zhou Tong was a bit suspicious. The seawater here originated from the Realm Sea, but after experiencing some dilution and purification, the seawater here was not as terrifying as the Realm Sea. It could be considered a weakened version of the small Realm Sea. Oh? Someone is pulling me? However, just as Zhou Tong was thinking, he suddenly sensed that there seemed to be some type of power pulling him. Damn, someone is fishing me like a fish? Zhou Tong subconsciously swung his tail. This incomparably terrifying physical body immediately displayed its might. Zhou Tong could sense that the angler was already pulled into the sea by him. Chapter 1407. However, right when Zhou Tong dragged that angler into the sea, he suddenly keenly discovered that there seemed to be people attacking him, moreover quite a few of them. What the hell? Those magical attacks left Zhou Tong greatly shaken. Every single strike was world-shaking. If this was the heaven-shrouding world his main body was in, this would be the joint attack of several great emperors. This was especially the case when there were a few attacks that even more so released a wave of extremely terrifying aura. Immortals! In that instant, Zhou Tong understood that there were definitely true immortals among them. It wasn't just supreme beings, there were true immortals attacking him. However, Zhou Tong quickly calmed down. This sea water was extremely unordinary. When those attacks landed on the sea water, they could only create waves. As long as he didn't expose himself, not even the attacks of true immortals could hit him. This sea area had a strange power that could neutralize all types of attacking symbols, protecting him. These true immortals aren't attacking me, but rather those fellas hanging from my body. Zhou Tong roughly deduced the attacker's goal from where those attacks landed. They didn't attack to get rid of him, but rather to make those people who were hanging from his body stay. Zhou Tong's giant eyes moved slightly, looking at those people he dragged into the sea. One of them was a woman with long fiery red hair, incomparably flirtatious. She wore pure golden armor, an exceptional beauty, beautiful and enchanting. There was also a man with a head of long golden hair that was extremely dazzling. He was like a sun god, possessing the most pure and holy aura. They look a bit familiar. I seem to have seen them before in Xiao Yuxing's memories. Zhou Tong couldn't help but recall the scene when he shone the reincarnation mirror on Duanda. He seemed to have seen them before when Xiao Yuxing and the undead knights were together. Which means these two are undead knights. Zhou Tong roughly guessed at these two's identities. However, the instant Zhou Tong looked at the third person, he immediately understood what was going on. Heavenly Emperor Huang. Heavenly Emperor Huang in his youth. Zhou Tong was inwardly shocked. Heavenly Emperor Huang in his youth, as well as a male and female undead knight, together with this heaven-reaching sea, and my body. This is the other world's ocean fall. I am not a Kuan Peng, but an ancestral fry. Zhou Tong was immediately shocked. Turns out his reincarnated identity this time wasn't an ordinary Kuan Peng, but rather an ancestral Kuan Peng. This was to transform to be a Kuan Peng. Meanwhile, these three people were precisely Shi Hao, Shenming, Sanzang, and the others. Potong! The sound of splashing water sounded. While Zhou Tong was in a daze, Shi Hao, Shenming and Sanzang all laid on his back, grabbing one of his dorsal fins. Turns out it was like this. Right now, Shi Hao was betrayed by the 9 heavens 10 earths, thrown into the other world. I actually became an ancestral fry here. At this time, Zhou Tong completely understood his current situation and state. To leave to go to me to right now, Zhou Tong also sensed a type of faintly discernible power guiding him upwards. This was a type of guidance, as if this body's bloodline instinctively followed a certain trajectory, wishing to head to a certain place. This was a type of instinct that came from the bloodline, just like a fish swimming, able to complete this even without anyone guiding it. This was an instinct engraved on his body. Zhou Tong didn't resist this type of instinct, because this was a path he had to take. Since he became an ancestral fry, he had to take this path, and only then could he truly become a Kuan Peng. Voila! Zhou Tong swung his tail, sinking into the depths of ocean fall. Even his dorsal fin disappeared from the sea surface. Shi Hao, Shenming, and Sanzang, the 3 great young experts, also disappeared. The ancestral fry Zhou Tong turned into made his way through ocean fall, moving along the vast waterfall, going against the heavens, heading upwards. From time to time, he would sink to the bottom, but he would also rush to the surface. His speed was too fast. Shi Hao, Shenming, and Sanzang, the 3 great young experts, had no choice but to support all of their strength, form a magical force barrier, do their best to prevent the water from touching their bodies, to prevent something unexpected from happening. There were still countless people who tried to stop him along the way, but it was completely useless. Ocean Fall's special power was protecting Zhou Tong, neutralizing all of the attacking symbols and power. Even if the attacks of true immortals landed in the sea, it would only be like throwing a rock into a lake, unable to injure Zhou Tong in the slightest. Hong Long. However, right at this time, Zhou Tong suddenly felt his body sink. A wave of extremely terrifying power appeared from the outside world, acting on his body, wishing to suppress him. This wave of power was so majestic, so boundless, as if an entire world was crushing down. Zhou Tong felt like every single movement of his consumed several times the power from before. Did an immortal king take action? His mind tightened, almost subconsciously thinking of this. However, Zhou Tong already didn't have the time to pay too much attention to these things. He only wanted to leave the other world. Only, from the corners of his eyes, he saw a branch reach out from the heavens, bold and powerful like a dragon, carrying chaotic energy. Meanwhile, the leaves were enormous beyond compare, flowing with brilliant colors, slowly descending. World Tree. Zhou Tong understood what this thing was. This was the other world's world tree. It was just a single branch, yet it was simply as if a starry sky collapsed, crushing down on Zhou Tong's body until it felt incredibly heavy. Walala! Meanwhile, the instant the world tree took action, all of Ocean Fall began to tremble. Waves struck the heavens, vast and boundless, engulfing all directions, as if the entire other world was going to be completely submerged. At the same time, Zhou Tong's body relaxed slightly. He didn't dare continue to stay here and fight against the world tree, sinking into Ocean Fall's depths, hiding. We took action too late. This fish is extremely strange, already entering Ocean Fall's vanishing point in my world. That is an area not even the world tree can affect. A foreign true immortal level undying being looked in the direction Zhou Tong disappeared, his voice ice-cold. Huang is courting death. No one can cross Ocean Fall. Another undying being released a cold snort. However, if he really dies, how are we going to explain this to the ancient ancestors? There were some undying beings who were a bit worried, fearing that Shi Hao's departure would result in them being punished by the undying kings. Why do you care so much? Just a younger generation, how can we allow him to come and go as he pleases? An undying being said. His entire body released undying light, quietly sitting in the void, his hands forming a strange magical imprint. Hong Long. Between heaven and earth, chaotic lightning immediately appeared, ringing through the heavens. All clans were shocked, raising their heads to look. The full power strike of a half-immortal king? Zhou Tong also immediately sensed the type of fatal threat this strike brought him. However, what a pity, it is already too late. Zhou Tong brandished his tail, instantly leaping out from Ocean Fall. His entire body released mysterious dark light, all types of mysterious patterns shining on his body. This leap was as if he leapt out from the great river of time. That pitch-black radiance blocked the chaotic lightning. At the same time, Zhou Tong brought Shi Hao, Shenming and Sanzang out from Ocean Fall, leaping into the heavens, disappearing without a trace. Everyone only saw a fish fly through the sky, leaping out from Ocean Fall, as if it was soaring. It released waves of dark light, completely ignoring that undying being's full power strike, and then disappeared. What? It can stop my secret method? What kind of creature is that? That undying being was moved, deeply shocked. A fish struggled free from that legendary river, breaking free from its own fate. An undying being said with a sunken voice, his expression incredibly serious. More than a great era has passed. Who would have thought that another ancestral fry would appear in Ocean Fall? What is the meaning of this? Another undying being's expression was grave, exceptionally serious. Chapter 1408. What a formidable fish! Shi Hao laid on Zhou Tong's dorsal fin, extremely shocked. What exactly were those black patterns? They could actually stop the attack of an undying being. This is the most ancient type of ancestral pattern, mysterious and unfathomable, its power boundless. Shinming explained to Shihao. At the same time, Zhou Tong was also doing his best to memorize all of the changes of the ancestral patterns on his body. This was but a seedling ancestral fish. Perhaps he could discover some profound mysteries of evolution through this process. However, when he leapt out with all of his strength, leaving Ocean Fall, entering another unknown world, Hong Long, a type of mysterious power instantly descended, invading Zhou Tong's entire body, making his entire body's qi and blood surge, as if all of his flesh and life essence energy were going to be burned to nothing. At the same time, the ancestral patterns on his body also erupted with resplendent radiance that was difficult to deal with, as if a black heavenly sun was resisting some type of mysterious power. Is this the trial the seedling ancestral fish has to undergo to become a Kuan-Pring? Zhou Tong's entire body was in great pain. He felt as if his entire body was being ignited. Those ancestral patterns were continuously extracting his essence energy, turning it into power, igniting the symbols, doing everything they could to resist the mysterious power in the void. With each bit of symbol that burned, Zhou Tong felt as if his entire body was going to explode, as if he was being roasted by raging flames, hacked to pieces by 1,000 blades. He was in so much pain he wanted to scream out, but he couldn't release any sound. He wanted to struggle, but he was restricted by the strange power in the void, powerless to do anything. Kacha! Pooh! Clang! All of the bones in the seedling ancestral fish Zhou Tong turned into were trembling, fracturing, his body already riddled with holes, streak after streak of blood spurting out. The pitch-black fish scales all over his body also split apart during this process. This was a type of special test, just barely exceeding his own limit, but not to the point where he couldn't resist. Meanwhile, whenever he exceeded his limit, this type of special power would strengthen again, just perfectly exceeding his limit. All of these changes seemed to be endless, a type of power of despair. This type of thing, when the Sun Holy Emperor tested me, I already experienced it once. As long as I could endure it, then exceed my limit. Zhou Tong was already quite experienced with this. This kind of power was clearly forcing him to constantly surpass, and surpass. If the progenitor Fry wanted to transform into a Kuan-Pung, it had to continuously surpass and evolve. Right now, Zhou Tong already didn't have the strength to pay attention to Shihao, Shinming, and Sanzang on his body. He was doing everything he could to resist the power in the void, wishing to pass the trial. The pitch-black ancestral runes were glowing, and the essence of his flesh and blood was burning. Every time it burned, Zhou Tong would feel an indescribable power. His body was also glowing. The burning power of the ancestral runes had fused together with some kind of power in the void, causing the mist in his body to become a little blurry. The blood in his body became even more brilliant. It did not look like blood, but more like a crimson metallic liquid flowing through his body. There was a mysterious aura surrounding it. Traces of Kuan-Peng's aura were slowly being born. Vaguely, a completely new type of symbols began to appear, evolving, taking form. These symbols were extremely similar to the Kuan-Peng's precious technique symbols, the Kuan-Pung technique's most initial stage. The instant he sensed this type of thing, Zhou Tong immediately focused all of his attention on it, silently watching, carefully thinking to himself. For him, this was a completely new type of experience, witnessing the derivation and birth of a supreme precious technique. Soon after, Zhou Tong became stupefied. All of the pain and trials of the outside world were like cool breezes and bright moons, completely ignored by him. His mind was completely immersed in his body, staring at the evolution of those symbols. The entire world seemed to lose its brilliance before him, only the evolution of the Kuan-Peng's symbols remaining. In a daze, Zhou Tong saw the origin and development of the path of cultivation, the birth of a type of supreme method. This type of evolution, for a cultivator, was just too rare. Since the ancient times, just how many people could obtain it? Personally experiencing this kind of change, witnessing the evolution of the vicious Kuan Peng technique from nothing, for Zhou Tong, it was simply like opening up a whole new world. For him, it had an unimaginable meaning. That's right, no wonder even the weakest of the ancestors of the Vicious Ten could become an immortal king, and it wasn't even difficult for them to become immortal kings. However, it was difficult for the later generations to break through this realm. It turns out that the difference was just this one realm. Zhou Tong understood in his heart. Only the ancestors of various clans could see the evolution of the symbols in their bodies when they were first born, and see the origin and development of the path of cultivation. This was an unimaginably great opportunity. This kind of opportunity was not inferior to the heaven's core imprint that was born for the first time in the 9 heavens 10 earths in the future. It was definitely an unimaginable immortal king foundation. Moreover, it was the immortal king foundation that would subtly influence a cultivator's entire life during the process of cultivation. Very soon, the test and evolution entered another level. An extremely terrifying sacrificial sound actually resounded in this world, incomparably terrifying. The ancestor Fry that Zhou Tong had transformed into was using the ancestral symbols in his body as a fire, using blood as a sacrifice, burning himself and jumping out of the river of destiny, breaking away from his past fate and entering an unknown place. This process was like some kind of ritual, but also like some kind of special power. A brand new symbol gradually appeared in Zhou Tong's heart. It was hazy and blurry, but it was incomparably real. This symbol was very similar to the Kuan Peng Dao, and it was almost exactly the same. However, there were some differences in some details. Moreover, Zhou Tong could vaguely feel an unprecedented aura from these symbols. It was the aura of the immortal Dao. His body was shining with resplendent light. It was immortal light shining. After a long time, this special ritual was finally completed. At this moment, Zhou Tong shifted his attention from the symbols that were born in his body. He opened his eyes. After going through the ritual and sacrifice, Zhou Tong noticed that his body had shrunk too much. Previously, it was still a 10,000 zhang body, but now it shrunk to 100 zhang. His entire body was in tatters, on the verge of death. At the same time, Shi Hao, Shenming and Sanzang were not far from him. Shi Hao was also in an incomparably miserable state, his entire body in tatters, comparable to Zhou Tong's current state. Meanwhile, Shenming and Sanzang were even more miserable, their bodies almost broken into several pieces. If not for them still having life aura, Zhou Tong would have thought that they died here. Now is the final step. Zhou Tong saw that there was still a piece of ancestral symbol that hadn't been erased, immediately pouring essence blood inside. Wang Long. The ancestral symbol immediately flickered, releasing dazzling radiance. In the end, under gabbing sounds, Zhou Tong's body shrunk again, becoming the size of a blue whale. However, all of his shattered bones and tattered body were completely restored. Shi Hao on the side, as well as Shenming and Sanzang, who were reconstructing their bodies, were also shocked as they watched these changes. It was all because when Zhou Tong's body recovered, his body was also undergoing a type of extremely mysterious transformation. The originally pitch-black bull horns were disappearing, that dragon head also changing into a bird type. Countless symbols appeared in his body, the symbols belonging to the Kuan Peng clan. They were extremely mysterious, densely covering every inch of his flesh, scales and feathers. Li. Finally, when all of the changes were completed, Zhou Tong's body changed, already completely becoming a great pring bird shining with golden light. His eyes were sharp like swords, an extremely special aura spreading from his body, making Shi Hao, Xunming and Sanzang's bodies couldn't help but tremble. This was the aura of a supreme being, the aura of a supreme being. Just the aura that was released made the three of them tremble. Chapter 1409. The Aura of a Supreme Being. I didn't expect that the Supreme Being realm that my original body yearned for would be achieved here. Zhou Tong was shocked. He didn't expect to reach such a realm so quickly. Some readers may have forgotten the previous chapter. Let me explain. The Kuan Peng True Fate was released by Zhou Tong's original body when it became an emperor, but before it broke through to the quasi-emperor realm. I remember that the ancestor Fry in the original work couldn't completely transform into a Peng. It only became a Kuan fish with a trace of the Peng's aura. It still had to go to the immortal realm and slowly transform into a Peng. Zhou Tong looked at the runes in his body and had some guesses. Now, the biggest possibility was that he had completed the evolutionary path that the ancestor Kuan Peng should have taken in one go. He had achieved perfection in one transformation and became a real Kuan Peng. Therefore, he had reached the level of Supreme Master after the evolution. As for why he reached the Supreme Being level in one go, it was most likely related to his Kuan Peng True Fate. No, if I really completed the Kuan Peng transformation path, I'm afraid I wouldn't just be a Supreme Being. I should be a genuine immortal or even an immortal king. Zhou Tong had some guesses. He might have evolved too quickly and didn't have time to settle down, so he was still in the Supreme Being realm. Even so, he felt that there was a strange aura in his body. It was the aura of an immortal. I should be one step away from becoming an immortal, the immortal tribulation. Zhou Tong had some understanding of his current state. This time, he reincarnated as the ancestor Fry, which was a huge advantage. After passing the Peng transformation tribulation, he reached the heavens in one step. If an analogy was used, his current state should be similar to the holy spirits of the immortal ancient era, who were born as genuine immortals. It was just that the place where it was born was a little strange. There was no immortal tribulation, so it couldn't become an immortal. As long as I go to a world with perfect laws, I can directly trigger the immortal tribulation and successfully become an immortal. However, I'm not in a hurry to become an immortal for the time being. Since I've had such an opportunity, I should first stabilize my realm. Because it's an innate power, there's no cultivation system to speak of. This body of mine can be said to be that of a Xiantian paragon. Moreover, it is a paragon that is infinitely close to a true immortal. This is a rare opportunity. After I go to the immortal region, I will find a chance to recultivate all the major realms. As long as I don't encounter any calamities that I can't deal with, I should wait until I reach the immortal domain and gather some information before I think of a way to become an immortal. Who knows, the immortal domain might have some information about the Kuan Peng ancestral land. Maybe there are some special opportunities in the Kuan Peng ancestral land. While Zhou Tong was checking his changes below him, the ancestral Fry jumped out of the long river of fate. I didn't expect it to actually turn into a Kuan Peng. Sanzang looked at the golden divine bird in the sky that was releasing a strong supreme being aura, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. So this is how the Kuan Peng race was born. Moreover, they were born as supreme beings? Shenming was also a bit shocked, but at the same time, she was still a bit careful. That Kuan Peng was still releasing supreme being aura. Only heaven knew what this newly born supreme being was thinking. If this supreme being was like a child, or even directly like a wild beast, then wouldn't they be finished? There is no way the Kuan Peng race can be born as supreme beings. It is most likely because of the ancestral Kuan Peng. Sure Hao had quite the authority to speak about this. He recognized the Kuan Peng child from the 9 heavens 10 earth. That Koan Prung child wasn't born as a supreme being, but rather one who only achieved this after experiencing endless cultivation. Moreover, this type of Koan Prung is most likely rare. Sure Hao looked into the distance. There were still quite a few ancestral fry there. They died. Shinming shook her head. Those were clearly all ancestral fry that failed to transform, dying here. Moreover, from the time they died, it was unknown just how many years ago they had already died. They might not even be this great era's ancestral fry. Who? Right at this time, Zhou Tong's figure turned around, turning back into human form. He floated down from the sky, landing before Shi Hao and the others. After transforming, Zhou Tong was a 5 or 6-year-old little boy, looking exactly the same as Zhou Tong when he was young. Dang, 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 Shi Hao and the others took a few steps back at the same time. Zhou Tong's extremely terrifying supreme being aura couldn't be faked. Even though this was a newly born Koan Pung, even though he only had the appearance of a child, no one dared look down on him. Don't be scared, I won't do anything to you all. You all can call me Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong waved his hand, indicating for them to not be nervous. However, even though he told Shi Hao and the others not to be nervous, he himself was nervous. It was because it was clear that when he reported his name, he felt his body tense up, as if he was being monitored by some type of unfathomable power. At the same time, the reincarnation mirror's imprint on his body also released a strand of radiance. As expected, after reporting one's name, connecting to the karma of the ancient chaos era would produce some changes. That feeling just now seemed to be a warning from the reincarnation mirror's imprint? Zhou Tong said inwardly. What he reported just now was a test of this world's karma. He wanted to see what he could do in this era. He wanted to see if he could slightly change the course of history. The Koan Pung is formidable after all, possessing this type of divine ability even though it was just born. Sanzang sighed with admiration. The person before him had indeed just been born, yet he actually already possessed this type of intelligence. However, Sanzang didn't dare ask, only praising him verbally. Suddenly, right at this time, there was a wave of fluctuations not far out. At the same time, there were grand prayers and sacrificial sounds, as if countless people were crying and praying together. This aura is the Lightning Emperor? Zhou Tong turned around slightly, looking not far out. He discovered that there were several hundred creatures carrying a woven mat, moving through the void, arriving in an orderly manner. His eyes stopped over that woven mat for a moment. That wave of Lightning Emperor's aura was precisely transmitted from that woven mat. Lightning spirits? On the other side, the instant Shi Hao saw those creatures, he shivered inwardly. If one or two of these things appeared in the real world, it would trigger a huge commotion. He never expected several hundred of them to appear here. This was a group of snake-like creatures, the small ones only the size of chopsticks, the large ones the thickness of an arm. They all carried lightning radiance, brightly colored. These were precisely the lightning spirits that specialized in devouring heavenly tribulation, using lightning as food. They are lightning spirits. Shinming and Sanzang were also a bit shocked. They also recognized these things. The two's faces were a bit pale, subconsciously moving a bit closer to Zhou Tong's side, as if they wanted to rely on his supreme being's status and power to resist these creatures. Follow them. Zhou Tong didn't think too much, directly transmitting sound to the three of them. Then, he directly followed behind the lightning spirit. Shi Hao and the others also immediately understood, following behind them. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.